Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this additional meeting of the Planning Committee of BCP. This is likely to be a long meeting, so I would ask people to please be patient, but also to keep anything they're saying to the minimum possible. I'm not saying cut things short if you've got urgent things to say, particularly I'm talking to the committee now, say them, but please don't be too repetitive, shall we say. Remember, this is a meeting of the committee in public. It is not a public meeting. Therefore, the only people who are not on the committee who should be speaking, apart from officers, of course, are people who have already registered to speak. It is not a meeting for interruptions. So please, I would ask everybody who's here to observe and to note what's going on, to keep silent, listen, observe, have your thoughts, obviously, but please don't interrupt. So I'll turn first of all to the Democratic Services Officer for housekeeping items.
Thank you, Chair. So please note this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Braidley Road under the flyover. Also, just to note that there is a coronet hearing taking place today, so please could everyone be mindful of this during any comfort break or adjournment. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you. Item 1, apologies.
I'd rather do the introductions first.
Of course.
Yes. So first of all, the people who are sitting up at this end of the room, I will ask us all to introduce ourselves for the benefit of those watching and those in the room.
Hello, I'm Paul Hilliard, Vice Chair, Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Hi, I'm Councillor Felicity Rice, Oakdale Ward.
Hi, I'm Councillor Brian Hitchcock for Hamworthy.
Hello, I'm Councillor Carr Brown in Queen's Park.
Good morning, my name's Patrick Eleven. I'm a councillor in Boscombe West.
Matt Gillett, Talbot and Branksome Woods.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor David Flagg, Burton Grange Ward.
Lawrence Williams, representing Littledown and Iford.
And Bobby Dove, Councillor for Littledown and Iford.
Councillor Michael Tarling for Christchurch Town.
Councillor Joe Clements, Penhill Ward.
I'm Kate Salmon, Councillor for Moordown Ward.
Peter Sidaway, Councillor for Broadstone.
That's the committee members. We also have a lot of officers here. You've already heard from our Democratic Services Officer. So can we work round?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Sam Fox. I'm the Director of Planning and Destination at BCP Council.
Good morning. My name is Monica Fielkowska. I'm the case officer.
Morning, everyone. Frances Summers, Senior Planning Officer at BCP.
Hi, everyone. Amelia Rose, Planning Officer.
Simon Gould, DM Manager.
Robert Firth, Senior Solicitor.
Thank you all. And now, have we any apologies?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we've had apologies from Councillor Cameron Adams, Councillor John Challoner, Gillian Martin. Substitute members, we have Councillor Bobby Dove here for Councillor Adams, Councillor Patrick Canavan here for Councillor Martin, and Councillor Lawrence Williams for Councillor Challoner.
Thank you. So we move on to declarations of interest. And I know some of the councillors have declarations of interest.
I do have a declaration of interest. They're sort of waving at me like there's an issue with the screen. Is that? There's no screen. So I don't know about something.
Very short adjournment, we'll get that fixed.
Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to adjourn very briefly while we get the screen fixed. After that brief adjournment, we're back live, and the problem is sorted. In fact, I'm not sure there was a problem in the first place. But anyway, we're ready to go now. We got as far as Councillor Gillett declaring his interest.
So yeah, I need to declare an interest. I've been involved with a number of different campaigns on the heath over the years, and so effectively, predetermined on this case. So I'll go and scurry off over there.
Thank you. We have other interests. Councillor Dove.
Yes, thank you. In the course of my work as a councillor over the past 8 years, I have, of course, had meetings whereby the chair and the chief executive will have been in the same meeting or the same room. That's for the Talbot Village Trust. There's no pecuniary interest or anything else other than professional interactions over the years.
She had her mic on.
It was on.
It was, yes. It was on.
Councillor Dove, you just want to bring your microphone just
Yeah.
closer.
Councillor Dove, could you repeat that? And we'll see if it's sorted.
My apologies. So just for transparency, over the years as a councillor, I have been in the same room for meetings where representatives of the Talbot Village Trust will have been there, namely the chief executive and also the chair. There's no relationship, there's no DPI. It's really just for transparency to say that obviously we've met in a professional capacity.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that for the sake of transparency, that since before becoming a councillor, I've been a member of a Facebook group concerned with Talbot Heath, on which opinions about this matter have been expressed. I haven't expressed any opinions, and I remain completely open-minded, so I don't believe it represents a conflict of interest, but just for transparency.
Thank you. So you're satisfied you are not predetermined in any way? Thank you.
Yes, that's right.
Councillor Tarling.
Yes, Madam Chair, as you know, I couldn't complete the whole of the site visit, so in accordance with the rules, I will obviously need to be excusing myself from that decision on the first item on the agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to get clarification from the legal team about whether it's a pecuniary interest if people are, have private health insurance for this particular case. He has just left his seat there, so he maybe wasn't listening.
I suspect he didn't hear the question, so could you repeat it, Councillor Rice? Councillor, for Mr. Firth.
Sorry,
Mr. Chairman.
I caught you just as you were doing something else. Yes, no, it was just clarification as to whether people need to declare, whether councillors need to declare if they have private health insurance or not for this particular case. Thank you.
I think, Chairman, my view on that would be too remote. I don't think it affects them to such a degree. It doesn't change the fact that they have private health insurance, whether this is granted or not. So I think it's too remote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So for item 5C, it's not a pecuniary interest, it's just for transparency. I'm a governor at Highcliffe School, I'm a trustee at Somerford Art Community Centre, and I'm a trustee at Muddyford Wood Community Centre. All three have received grants from the Talbot Village Trust. Relating to items 5A, 5B and 5C, I'm the BCP Council appointed governor on the University's Dorset Hospitals Trust. Again, it's just for transparency. There's no involvement. I haven't been in any meeting relating to the St Anne's development. Thank you. Or this development.
Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, I realise I should have also said this, which is I need to recuse myself from items 5B and 5C because my husband works for the applicant Dorset Healthcare, so I have a declarable interest.
Thank you. And just for transparency, I must also declare that I belong to a church in Poole which has received grants from the Talbot Village Trust over the years to help with building projects and so on. But again, that gives me no predetermination. Councillor Rice.
Hello, yeah, I was also involved with a project called the Poverty Truth Commission, which also received funds from the Talbot Village Trust.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no minutes to sign for this meeting.
Right, okay, sorry. We'll be moving on to the discussion of the items, and we start with public issues. We have several registered speakers. Only, as I said before, only those who have registered may speak. I've given permission for an extension of the speaking time over what our normal practice is in view of the circumstances of this application. So when it comes to the point for public interventions, there is a microphone next to Councillor Dove. That is for the speakers. So if you would come up at your point on the agenda on the list and come and sit there, you need to switch your mic on and speak. And the Democratic Services Officer will give a warning if necessary if you are reaching the time limit, because we cannot afford to overrun on this meeting. So we move on. We move on. First of all, on item 5C, this is a procedural item. We have been asked to withdraw item 5C, not 5B, the listed building application for St Anne's Hospital in Haven Road in Poole. So that is we've been asked to remove that item temporarily from the agenda. We'll still look at item 5B and decide on that. So I need a mover and a seconder.
Before we do that, we just get Simon to comment on the reason.
And the reason is going to be given us by Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yes, when the reports for the St Anne's Hospital applications were published, there were two applications that were published. You've got the planning application and then you've got the accompanying listed building application. It's only really the planning application that really needs to come before members because of the issues that are finely balanced in that report. Post publication of the listed building report, we identified a couple of areas where we weren't particularly happy with the report. So officers asked chair and vice chair of the committee if we could withdraw that application. It doesn't need to go to committee in any instance because the issues in that particular report are not as finely balanced as they are with the planning application. So that's hence the request, Chair, that we ask members only to consider the actual planning application.
Thank you. And I'm willing to move from the chair that we remove item 5C from the agenda. Have I got committee support for that?
Second, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I had it seconded by the vice chair and the committee seems to be happy with that. So thank you, everybody. So I think now we can move on to item 5A and I'll hand over to the case officer to make the presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
I heard voices then saying, hey, it's working. It always has been working. You've been seeing exactly the same thing as we were seeing, just for clarity.
Present.
Apologies for that. Hear me and see the presentation. I think that is as far as we can go, actually.
Cheers.
Maybe I'll just lean over. Right, planning permission is sought for a major hybrid application at Highmoor Farm in Talbot Village in Paul. The application consists of 3 elements to be considered as one development. 2 elements are to be considered in 4. That's the construction of the hospital with associated parking services and landscaping, and the change of use of 12 hectares of agricultural land to create a heathland support area. These elements of the scheme are outlined in pink, brown and yellow on the plan before you. The outline proposal, to consider the principle only, is for the blue and green elements and consists of the creation of the innovation quarter and growing hub with all the associated infrastructure. For clarification, the reserved matters for consideration at the later stages are access, scale, appearance, layout and landscaping. In terms of the outline proposals, general comments and assessment of the submitted documents, plans and drawings are provided within...
Can I just stop you for a moment? Could I just stop you? I've got some committee hands up. Yes. Councillor Canavan, would you like to come sit nearer to the presenter and hear it live, so to speak, rather?
No.
Be careful, though. Okay, after adjustment of mics, I hope this will have sorted out the situation. We'll see.
Right, can anyone hear me? Is that all right? Okay. I've got to make as close as I can. Thank you. So just to come back again, a clarification of reserved matters, that's access, scale, appearance, layout and landscaping. In terms of the outline proposals, general comments and assessment of the submitted documents, plans and drawings are provided within the report, with conditions and informative secured to set the expectations for the subsequent submission of the reserved matters application. Members, you have visited the site last Friday. As you remember, the application site is 24.9 hectares of land. It is located in Talbot Village, south of Gillett Road. The site of development to the east and west. To the north, there are university campuses. To the south is Talbot Heath. The site is currently in agricultural use. You have also visited Heimer Farm last Friday, and you'll remember that it consists of a number of barn buildings with grazing fields to the south and west. As you know from the report and from the site visit, the land within Talbot Village is allocated in accordance with provisions of two policies of the Poor Local Plan. Policy PP21 aims to deliver the vision set out in the adopted Talbot Village SPD, namely to support and strengthen the universities and deliver a dynamic digital village to sustain entrepreneurial businesses while protecting and enhancing important wildlife habitats, heritage assets and respecting the amenity of local community. The proposal consists of the combined 25,000 square metres of employment and healthcare space within TV2 land. The proposed Heathland support area consists of 12 hectares of land within TV3 land. The proposed scheme in terms of its floor space and location is entirely compatible with the provisions of Policy PP21. The application site is located on as E1 in Policy PP17 of the Poor Local Plan, which is the second policy allocation relating to these proposals. This land allocation is estimated to deliver up to 1,770 full-time jobs on site. TV2 land is the largest employment allocation in the Poor Local Plan, and it's recognised as being of strategic importance as it contributes significantly to the employment land supply which is needed for the plan period to 2033. The proposed innovation quarter would support the creation of well-paid, skilled jobs in the digital, creative and healthcare industries, helping to retain local young people and graduates in the area. With a focus on high-skill, high-wage and high-value jobs, a close link to the university campuses and a collaboration between the proposed development and education providers would further help with the retention of the skilled workforce. In terms of healthcare benefits, the proposed hospital would introduce a new purpose-built facility with expanded services. Its cooperation with the university, its improved facilities and research potential will enable a faster and more responsive surgical and diagnostic services for both NHS and private patients within the BCP catchment. Whilst Nuffield Health offer private healthcare, the expanded capacity provided by a new purpose-built hospital would substantially increase existing support by Nuffield Health to the 3 NHS hospitals located in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole and the Dorset County Hospital in Dorchester. All these socio-economic benefits are expressly supported by the NPPF and Policy PP26 of the Poor Local Plan. In conclusion, the proposed scheme is compliant with the land allocation of Policy PP17, land allocation of Policy PP21 and the provisions of the Talbot Village SPD. Members, as you recall from the site visit, Talbot Village SPD sets out the design parameters for the overall development within Land TV2. Detailed aspects of layout, access, scale and landscaping relating to the Innovation Quarter would form the reserved matters application and therefore they are not provided in detail at this stage. The indicative layout of the proposed Innovation Quarter is capable of meeting the principles of policies PP21 and PP27 in terms of design. The buildings within the Innovation Quarter would have a maximum height of 3 stories. They would be located a minimum of 15 metres from the existing garden boundaries, ensuring that any new buildings will be at least 40 metres from existing homes. The proposed master plan drawings clearly show that the required separation distances and buffer zones separating the proposed Innovation Quarter from the residential development would be adhered to. The assessment of impact on the residential amenities arising from the proposed Innovation Quarter is also a reserved matter. Irrespective of this, the outline proposal is capable of delivering the scale and density of the development as shown on the proposed layout plans, without causing material harm to the residential amenities of the neighbours, in line with policies PP27 and the principles of Talbot Village SPD. In terms of the Heathland support area, the proposal would not significantly alter the character and appearance of the area, as it would retain its rural character, which contributes positively to visual amenity of Talbot Village. In terms of Nuffield Hospital or the hospital proposals, with respect to the proposed hospital, just to remind you, it would be a 3-storey in scale with a car park to the front and side, and it would face Talbot Way and the public domain, which is created within the rest of the Innovation Quarter. The proposed site layout would allow a generous amount of soft landscaping, including the provision of a soft landscape buffer zone along the boundary of the site shared with the properties on Dulcie Road. The existing belt of mature trees around the boundary would be also retained. This arrangement would effectively screen the proposed development from view when seen from the neighbouring dwellings, ensuring it would have a limited impact on the visual amenity of the area. In terms of its siting, scale and design, the proposed hospital would be a flat roof building of modern design with a 3rd floor subservient and set back from the side edges of the building. The footprint of the building would be set back from the boundary of adjacent residential properties by approximately 43 to 47 metres, and the 3rd floor element of the setback 50 metres from the boundary of the site. Furthermore, the proposed build form would be set at approximately 70 metres from the rear elevations of the dwellings facing Dulcie Road. This would exceed the provisions set out in Talbot Village SPD. Overall, it is considered that the proposed scheme would comfortably sit within its setting without appearing overly prominent, and it would complement the appearance of the area by virtue of its scale, design and finishing materials in line with the provisions of policies PP21 and PP27, as well as the parameters set out within the Talbot Village SPD. In terms of residential amenity, the proposed hospital and its siting and scale would not appear dominant towards the nearby residential dwellings. It would not have a materially harmful impact on the openness of the nearby heathland, and due to separation distance and the provision of the intervening HSA within the TV3 land allocation, it would not appear dominant. The proposed bulk, scale and mass of the hospital building would be sufficiently set back from the shared boundaries and screened by the proposed existing vegetation and tree buffer zone, and therefore it would not give rise to material loss of privacy, light outlook or cause shading. The proposed uses on site are compatible with the residential character of the surrounding development, and these can be controlled by condition. Similarly, the hours of deliveries to the hospital can be controlled by condition to avoid any nuisance to the residents. In terms of the proposed HSA, the proposal would not result in any physical activities associated with the proposed use of the land, and that would have a materially harmful impact on the residential amenities and privacy of the local residents. Overall, it is considered that the proposed development would not result in any material harmful impact on the residential amenities, and it would comply with the provisions of policies PP21 and PP27 of the Poor Local Plan. In terms of heritage assets, the application site lies in the vicinity of 2 conservation areas, Merrick Park and Talbot Woods, and the Talbot Village Conservation Area. To the south of the application site, there is a scheduled monument known as Fern Barrow. You have visited Fern Barrow on Friday. The proposed introduction of build form on land TV2 would result in less than substantial harm to the designated heritage assets, both Fern Barrow and Talbot Village Conservation Area. The application site has a historic association with the Talbot Village Conservation Area. This land association has been, however, significantly diminished over time with the expansion of the university campuses and the residential development within Talbot Village, which now forms the intervening build form, physically separating the conservation area from the application site. In any case, it is considered that the proposed development would contribute to the erosion of the remaining connection between the conservation area and the farm. The introduction of the proposed innovation quarter would also result in a change of the open farmland landscape. The proximity of proposed development would alter the perception of long views that are currently afforded in this location, and therefore the proposal would result in less than substantial harm to Fern Barrow. In accordance with paragraphs 202 of NPPF, harm that has been identified should be weighed against public benefits arising from the proposed development. All 3 elements of the proposed development would bring significant social and economic benefits to the local area by providing healthcare provision, recreational spaces, improvements to the sustainable modes of transport, and significant employment opportunities. It has been therefore concluded that the less than substantial harm arising from the proposals is significantly and demonstrably outweighed by the public benefits arising from it.
Hi everyone. We'll move on to movement and access now. Just a reminder of where the site is located. It's north of, sorry, just go back one. That's fine. I will go, there you go. Just south of Wallerstown and the two university campuses, obviously Bournemouth University and Arts University Bournemouth. Closest town centre with the train station and bus hub is about 3 kilometres away in Bournemouth, 7 kilometres from Poole. Gillett Road connects to Boundary Roundabout and the A347. The site is in close proximity to upgrades that have either been made or are planned for as part of the Transforming Cities Fund, which aims to provide better active travel routes. The Beryl Bike Scheme is available on the Bournemouth University campuses and on Gillett Road. And there's a Bournemouth University bus hub within close proximity, with services providing reasonably direct routes to Bournemouth railway station, the transport hub, in journey time of about 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping. Right, moving on to the application, the full application for the hospital access. This slide gives a breakdown of what is proposed. So access will be created off Gillett Road, down an extension via Cutler Close, through the tree belt and into the hospital. The carriageway at Gillett Road will remain as it is at 6 metres wide. The southern side of the carriageway will be 4 metres wide, and the northern footpath will be 2 metres wide. There are 2 bus stops proposed, one to the north and one to the south, that are around about 275 metres from the hospital entrance, and contributions are being secured via the Section 106 towards enhancement of public transport bus services in the area. There is a proposed removal of bus cage at the site visit. They are to be replaced, and that's secured in the Section 106. And there's an introduction of a footpath crossing to connect with the university beyond. You can see that at the northern part of the plan there. Tactile paving is proposed along with a raised footpath crossing on the entrance to Mansell Close to allow for priority to be given to pedestrians. And moving to the west, the plans show the beginning of what could be Talbot Way. That will have a footpath of around about 2 metres, adjacent to a cycleway of 4 metres in width, and that'll be obviously in total 6 metres wide. Moving back to the access now from along Cutler Close, you'll see that it intersects current car park. That will mean the loss of 45 car parking spaces. Though we have been told that they're not required due to the university's move towards more hybrid working and placing priorities into tackling climate change, reducing the need to travel by car. And also because there's an over provision of parking proposed at the university, which I'll come on to in a minute. Sorry, at the hospital, which I'll come on to in a minute. So the width of roads and cycle paths are sufficient for HGVs and motorist traffic. Visibility displays and turning heads are all satisfactory. Next slide, please. Moving on to the hospital movement and parking, it'll be via the new vehicle access from Gillett Road and down Cutler Close. Cutler Close carriageway is currently 5.5 metres wide. That will be widened to 6 metres wide. As vehicles drive through the tree belt, the layout of the hospital and grounds, and particularly the generous landscaping, is such that there will be clear legibility as to where the main entrance will be. A pickup and drop-off point will be provided at the front entrance, and the area will be wide enough for a vehicle to pass while another vehicle stopped to load or unload. Service vehicles will enter the site and remain to the east to access the service area, which you can see at the bottom of that plan, and other traffic can move around the car park or make use of the drop-off point. Pedestrians and cyclists can also access the site from where Talbot Way breaks through the tree boundary, where again the pedestrian entrance will be clearly visible at around about 100 metres away. Then again, further down Talbot Way, there's another entrance into the site at about 30 metres from the hospital entrance. The site is within Zone C of the parking SBD, and there's an over provision of parking spaces proposed at 195, with 120 for visitors and also 11 disabled spaces. So that's an over provision of 54. 96 cycle spaces are also secured or proposed to be secured via the conditions, with approximately an 80-20 split between customer spaces and staff spaces. Policy 35 subsection 1.e requires development to accord with the parking and highway layout in new development SPD. Paragraph 4.3.2 of the parking SPD states parking in new development should aim to meet the requirements set out in the SPD. In circumstances where an applicant can demonstrate that a departure from the standards is appropriate, this should be fully justified. We are of the opinion that this is fully justified. The applicant has compared parking provision at other Nuffield hospitals and also analysis of likely staff and patient numbers, and the likely vehicle trip analysis acknowledges that most patients will arrive by car, but for many patients their parking duration will be for a relatively short period of time for routine appointments, etc., whereas staff are likely to be parked for longer. So in short, the council and the highways department are content with the amount that's proposed. Conditions 31, 32 and 33 aim to secure the parking in EV charging points. Next slide, please. The full application also includes a widening of the footpath at Aleth Road. You'll probably recall this from the site visit as being quite hard to get through the barriers. So what's proposed there is to, because the red line excuse me, includes 71 Aleth Road, the footpath can be widened to an average of 4 metres and barriers can be removed to allow people to access it more freely, this time not onto the heath but onto the HSA. This slide is an indicative master plan. It gives an idea of both access points so you can see how they would work together. Obviously, the access for the innovation quarter, the details are not provided at this stage. A key design feature of policy PP21 is Talbot Way. This is the north-south feature that runs through the centre of the site and connects to public footpath. Thank you. A15, providing pedestrian and cycle access and benefiting from informal rest and socialising areas. The picture shows how the tree-lined Talbot Way would weave amongst the site with permeable routes in both west and eastern directions, and how vehicular access is pushed to the side to create a campus-style environment conducive to walking and cycling. Innovation Quarter buildings will front directly onto this environment and create an active frontage as required in the Talbot Village SPD and set out in the parameter plans. A new shared mobility scheme providing cycle hire, electric scooters and electric car clubs is also proposed. No service vehicles will be allowed down Purchase Road, and conditions will require wayfinding signs and travel plans, which will include information on how traffic will be guided. Moving on to the Heathland support area, and in the public rights of way, you can hopefully see how they interact on this slide. There's been no objections raised with regards to public rights of way from statutory consultees. No footpaths or bridleways are proposed for diversion or stopping up. The HSA itself will consist of 3 kilometres of various walking routes. The bins, the benches, all that kind of detail, and the routes are not known at this stage. And we have proposed condition 8 and condition 10 to be given that information. The HSA is to be accessed from public footpath 33 over a set of stiles. There's also a series of permissive paths that cross the wider area of Talbot Heath, and one that runs through HSA from Isaac Close in the new Talbot Village to join the main right-of-way footpath. The space is intended for use by those who currently access the Heath, which is predominantly people in the local area, the workforce of the Innovation Quarter and the hospital, and as such, visits are expected to be short and mainly during working hours, especially given the public rights of way are unlit and not conducive to commuting at night. Sorry? No, not yet. The HSA management plan mentions the possibility of diversions of some public rights of way to assist the efficiency of the Heathland support area, but these diversions do not form part of the current proposal, and if required in the future would be subject to separate consultations and potential diversion orders. That is outside the scope of this current application. To make this development acceptable in planning terms, we believe a number of conditions and contributions in relation to highways are required. All of these have been agreed. So there's enhancement to the bus services by rerouting to pick up and drop off at new bus stops with real-time information shelters along Gillett Road. A contribution of £338,823, subject to RPI increase. There's a travel plan with free sustainable travel vouchers for future employees, which will be funded by the developer and secured by Section 106 agreement, and a contribution of £20,000 towards a review of on-street parking regimes in the area to dissuade commuter car parking journeys from future employees. And just to put this application and this proposal back into the policy context, local plan policies PP 34, 35 and 36, they share much of the same rhetoric. PP 21 criteria 3 is the policy regarding the allocated site with regards to transport. It was just to note that point B of that criteria has already been delivered by the council itself, so we're only focused on points A and C. Policy PP 34 aims to direct development to the most accessible locations, and we believe this location of development is sustainable, and this is already established by way of being an allocated site. Policy PP 35 relates to highway safety, and we believe this application fully accords with this policy too, and this is supported by the council's highways officers. In relation to national policy context, the key tests are, as you have on the screen, paragraph 111 suggests applications should be refused where there is either an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impact on the road network would be severe. We need to remember that this site is allocated in the local plan, and the principle of development in this location, the highways and the cumulative impacts have already been considered and consulted upon. Highways have assessed their proposals and are content that there will not be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. They advise that the cumulative impacts would likely result in increased journey time, which would be an inconvenience. Just to briefly touch on air quality, noise, lighting and contamination. Obviously, you've read the report. You'll see that the air quality assessments state that the increased carbon emissions from development is negligible. It's likely that through the construction phase, there will be a temporary increase in traffic and therefore carbon emissions. And this has informed the net zero carbon and energy proposals for the site. With regards to land contamination, there's no constraints on site, but conditions have been appended to the report that would help to capture any signs of contamination and set out remediation measures. With regards to noise, there is potential for generator noise from the hospital generator, and as such, condition 16 requires a noise impact assessment to be submitted to and agreed in writing by the council. And finally, lighting for the hospital has been agreed as acceptable, and condition 26 secures more information as the scheme progresses. And for the innovation quarter, details to be submitted at reserved matters stage. That's condition 44. Right, let's move on to ecology. So the area contains a number of internationally protected habitats, as are depicted on the screen. There's an SPA, an SAC, Ramsar site, SNCI, and all of them form the triple SI in Bourne Valley. As you can see, the development does not overlap with any of the constraints, but obviously it does abut them. The pressures on the heathlands come in a variety of ways. Natural England has worked with the councils in the area to develop the Dorset Heathlands Planning Framework. The compliance with the SPD, the Dorset Heathlands Planning Framework, is secured by policy PP 32 of the Pool Local Plan. Part 2 of the framework relates to HIPs, of which this HSA, Heathland Support Area, is one. To allow for TV2 to be developed, TV2 being the innovation quarter and the hospital proposals, TV3 must come first. TV3 is the Dorset Heathlands, sorry, the Heathland support area. The premise, as already explained, is established by Natural England, predominantly through the Dorset Heathlands planning framework. But the Heathland support area would need to be effectively managed and monitored. And as such, a management plan and a maintenance company and a management liaison group would continually shape and respond to results of monitoring and changing ecological conditions. This is likely to include representatives from the local community, the council and other interested bodies. The plan, management company and liaison group are secured by condition and in the section 106. There is a previous application for this site that was refused at committee, but hopefully you've all read the report and we feel that the reasons for refusal have been overcome as part of this application. In particular, I would like to point out that the application is supported by Natural England, RSPB, the Amphibian and Reptile Community, Dorset Wildlife Trust, and council's experts, ecologists. I just gotta have a drink, sorry. Apologies. Moving on to biodiversity net gain. The development as a whole can provide more than the required 10% biodiversity net gain, and this would be secured by condition. Proposals for new habitat creation has not been finalised within the outline area, so that will come through in the reserved matters application. But the current specification shown within the hybrid application demonstrates a net gain of 16.63 habitat units and 100% of hedgerow units. This value is likely to be increased following the finalisation of the landscape and specification for these areas, as the target condition for the habitats can be more closely managed and habitat created in advance of operations. The hybrid application excluding the Heathland support area will also demonstrate a net gain of 10.68%. With regards to agricultural land, this land is grade 4. Paragraph 174 of the NPPF requires decision makers to take into account the benefits of the best and most versatile agricultural land, which is land graded 1, 2 or 3A. The land to which this development is proposed, as I've said, is grade 4 and of low value, and therefore the provisions of paragraph 174 of the NPPF do not apply. Grade 4, just out of interest, I hear people were asking, the definition of that is land with severe limitations which significantly restrict the range of crops or level of yields. It is mainly suited to grass with occasional arable crops, for example, cereals and forage crops, the yields of which are variable. In moist climates, yields of grass may be moderate to high, but there may be difficulties using the land. The grade also includes arable land that is very dry because of drought. So again, just to come back to the policy context, we believe that the scheme is fully in accordance with policy PP32 and PP33 of the Pool Local Plan. Just to quickly talk about landscaping, which is where most of the biodiversity net gain will come from, just to set out the context again, the existing site is open grassland fields bounded by hedgerows with low landscape and ecological value. The topography falls gently across TV2 by 6 metres, so down towards Dulcie Road, whereas it drops from north to south by approximately 20 metres. It's currently grazed. The woodland tree belt provides useful screening, but this proposal is very landscape-led with extensive green and blue infrastructure proposed. The proposals for the Heathland support area include native species planting and improvements of the existing hedgerows to create an alternative open space for residents. The proposed HSA will be screened from other parts of the proposed development by a buffer zone of planting. They'll provide areas of seating or foraging and the provision of wayfinding to allow legibility. It would ensure that the Heathland support area would provide a coherent and well-designed space that can easily be maintained long-term. Landscaping at the hospital, the planting palette is extensive and the council's ecologists and tree specialists are supportive of it. All yes long screen and along the shared boundary with the residential development lying along Dulcie Road will create an effective buffer area. And boundary planting and those in the car park will soften the built form and create clear boundaries and legibility. Provision of the internal soft landscape courtyard within the proposed hospital building will enhance the amenities for the staff and patients, providing them with an area of respite away from the public areas of the site and in accordance with the provisions of policy PP 27(1)D of the Poole Local Plan. The detailed planting specification and minimum 5-year maintenance schedule to support the planting plans is required to ensure this is carried out to a high quality, and this is secured by condition. So the full application also includes this planting and landscaping down this eastern boundary and resulting at the southern end of the site. And in amongst that is a swale and attenuation basin proposed. The plant, it basically doubles up, the landscaping doubles up as a sud. So the permeable car park will ensure that the surface water runs off into the swale that will border the eastern boundary of the site at the lowest topographical point at that top edge of the site. The swale, that's a small depression in the ground, which will be sufficient to funnel water down the edge of the site and into the attenuation basins at the site's southern edge. The basins, again, small depressions in the earth, will be capable of holding surface water runoff so it drains away more slowly, reducing the potential for flash flooding. This will then drain away into the nearby stream. Planting here will consist of native grasses and wildflowers. Further details can be found in the planting strategy. Landscaping for the innovation quarter has not been submitted yet, obviously, so we can't really go into that, but as Monica says, it includes the growing hub and an innovation square and the tree-lined Talbot Boulevard. Specifically relating to trees, and you'll be glad to hear that I'm nearly done, there's 12 trees proposed for felling to enable this development. You can see on screen the green, sort of dark green line on the plan shows the Tree Preservation Order, TPO 1976. 2 breaks in the tree point will provide access points. And the Council Arboricultural Officer advised, whilst any loss of good quality trees should be avoided, I cannot see any other reasonable alternative positioning for the 2 access arrangement that would lead me to the position of defence. The general benefits of the scheme would see a substantial increase of tree canopy cover that is considered highly desirable and a positive benefit that indisputably outweighs the harm from the initial loss. Significant tree planting proposed, namely along the boundary with Dulcie Road and the tree-lined boulevard, is the tree canopy, which he's referring to. No structure encroaches on any of the root protection areas. Hard landscaping may require no dig construction techniques, but pre-commencement conditions, which are significant, are attached to the report and ensure that we have complete control of measures and conditions 18, 19, 47 and 21. Finally, just to tie up all other sort of elements, we believe that the proposals meet requirements set out by relevant external and internal consultees with regards to waste collection, drainage, BREEAM, renewable energy, and the proposal is subject to section 106, which is provided at section 15 of the report, or draft of it is. Now I'll hand back to Monica.
Right, just to deliver a quick conclusion, paragraph 10 of the NPPF states that sustainable development should be pursued in a positive way, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development is at the heart of the NPPF. The proposed development is policy compliant in terms of the land allocation. The 4 elements of the proposed scheme are compliant with the relevant adopted policies and the provisions of the NPPF. The outline proposals are capable of meeting the requirements set out with the Talbot Village SPD, the relevant local planning policies, and the NPPF. There are many social, economic, and environmental benefits brought by the proposal, which overall contribute to achieving sustainable development on site, as prescribed by paragraph 8 of the NPPF, and these are outlined in detail in section 16 of the report. The substantial public benefits of granting planning permission for a significant provision of employment and healthcare within this allocated site are therefore considered to significantly and demonstrably outweigh any adverse impacts that have been identified. In view of the above considerations, as outlined in the officer's report, it is recommended that the proposed development is approved, subject to Section 106 agreement and suggested conditions. Thank you.
We move on to representations from registered speakers. We start with the objectors. There are 5 of them. Remember, you are very limited as to time. And we start with Mr. Stephen Chappell. Councillor, before we start, Councillor Rice.
Can you just clarify, since this is an extended meeting, how long they've all got to speak? Because it's different. My understanding is it's
the Democratic
different
Services
from other
Officer.
committees.
This has been agreed. I mean, this is what I've agreed, but
Yeah, it's just different. My
She's the
understanding
expert.
is it's different from other committee meetings.
Certainly. So the chair's exercised her discretion to deviate from the protocol on this occasion due to the nature of the application. So objectors have a time slot of 15 minutes and up to 5 people can speak within that time slot. So they're going to speak for 3 minutes each. Objectors have the same opportunity. They have a 15-minute time slot and up to 5 speakers can have that time slot. There are just 2 registered speakers, so they can use that 15 minutes as they wish. Okay.
okay, so over to Mr. Chappell.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I am Honorary Alderman Stephen Chappell. For 20 years, I was councillor for Talbot and Branksome Woods ward. The case officer's summary of relevant planning history does not mention the earlier planning application submitted by TVT, which was granted permission by Poole Borough Council in June 2010, but was then called in by the Secretary of State for determination. The Secretary of State concluded that the central issue was whether it could be established confidently, beyond reasonable scientific doubt, that the proposal would not have a significant adverse effect on the integrity of the Heath as a designated European site, having regard to the mitigation measures proposed for the heathlands. The Secretary of State had his doubts and refused planning permission. As this current application also raises many concerns about the future of the Heath, the Secretary of State's reasons must be regarded as highly relevant for today's proceedings. So bearing in mind that this is still the central issue, I would ask you please to have particular regard to what Sheila Warner and Nick Dobbs will be saying about the Heath, as well as to the many concerns expressed by residents should this application be granted. Please also refer to paragraph 8.9 of the case officer's report. There are strong reasons to refuse consent. I would ask you to balance the adverse effects, for example, the increased recreational pressure on the Heath, the over-intensification of public access, the harm to biodiversity, the increased traffic generated and the effect on the local road network, against the benefits set out in paragraph 16.2. I would argue that the use of the farmland for the heathland support area and the extraordinary number of proposed conditions that will have to be enforced do not adequately mitigate these adverse effects. Accordingly, I invite you to share similar doubts and to conclude that the identified adverse benefits do most certainly outweigh the benefits set out in paragraph 16.2, and that therefore the balance is firmly tilted against the grant of planning permission. Thank you for your attention.
Could I ask members who are here just to observe the meeting, please not to make any noise, be it applause, heckling, anything. Thank you. so that we can move on quickly. And I see the next speaker is already coming to the table, Dr. Martin Price.
East Dorset Friends of the Earth request that the application be rejected for the following reasons. Firstly, the pool plan is out of date, especially in view of the subsequent policy decisions relating to the Climate and Ecological Emergency Declaration. The BCP Climate Strategy 2023 is stronger than the pool plan, committing to, quote, reverse the ecological decline and concluding that more land needs to be prioritised for nature and we need more green infrastructure, not less. The Council is currently developing a draft plan for the whole of BCP, underlining the fact that the current pool plan is no longer fit for purpose within a unified authority. The National Planning Policy Framework paragraph 11D specifically permits councils to override an established plan where, quote, the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. Secondly, in terms of the pool plan, policy PP1 also permits refusal where the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh benefits, and where specific policies in NPPF indicate the development should be restricted. I would cite paragraph 11D of the NPPF. The proposal to build a hospital at Highmore Farm is not consistent with policy PP21 because it is not, quote, a university-related use, which is what paragraph 2B refers to. The proposal is not consistent with the plan objectives, Objective 5 and Policy 34, directing growth to the most sustainable and accessible locations, and also protecting and enhancing green infrastructure. Objective 6, locating development in the most accessible locations, and Objective 7, protecting wildlife corridors that link urban heaths with the wider countryside. The eastern boundary link to Talbot Village will be destroyed. Highmore Farm is integral to the ecology of the Bourne Valley Nature Reserve and forms a link to the areas to the north. The proposed development would inevitably damage protected heathlands, threaten protected species, and reduce, not enhance, the value of the land as part of a vital wildlife corridor. Policies to protect heathland would be compromised by permitting the proposed development, and the adverse effects would clearly outweigh the benefits. Highmore Farm is the wrong location for the proposed development. It will generate additional traffic to an already congested location, increasing greenhouse gas emissions and levels of air pollution, potentially harming both people and heathland. Other possible sites for the private hospital and university-related facilities exist at the Lansdowne, for example, which would avoid inevitable damage and would be consistent with the Bournemouth core strategy, which also is a relevant document to this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Price. And now we move on to Mrs. Sheila Warner.
The application does not accord with Pool Local Plan 2018, policy PP21 of which clearly shows at figure 30 the link between the Heathland Support Area fields going through the SNCI north of Talbot Heath SSSI. Conversely, this application puts a link between Field 3 and Fields 4 and 5 directly onto Talbot Heath SSSI itself, using the route of definitive footpath 33, thereby including part of Talbot Heath SSSI within the boundary of the hybrid application. This is a significant departure from the local development plan and is a material planning consideration. Talbot Village Housing Estate has no right of way onto the heath. A small minority gain unofficial access through a hole in the hedge in Isaacs Close and across a patch of land which does not belong to Talbot Village Trust in order to access a steep permissive path down to footpath 33. The north-south pedestrian cycleway Talbot Way will now give easy walking to the residents from 575 dwellings, 88 student village dwellings, AUB's 450 student bed spaces, potentially all students attending the two universities, together with over 1,000 Innovation Quarter employees down Talbot Way to use the Heathland Support Area or turn right along footpath FPA 15 straight onto Talbot Heath. Habitat's regulations advice for LPAs commissioned by the Local Government Association Planning Advisory Service advises To give consent to a proposal following an appropriate assessment, the case law is clear that an LPA must be able to rule out all reasonable scientific doubt that the proposal would have an adverse effect on the integrity of the site. This doubt must be ruled out at the date of the decision authorising the project, not based on something that might or should happen later. The amended HSA management plan says the new paths in the HSA, quote, will provide an attractive alternative and it is anticipated will become the favoured routes to the benefit of the heath. That is a hope, not a fact. The amended landscape and ecological plan is based on the monitoring in future years of the efficacy of the HSA and that there will be remediation to, quote, reduce to reasonable level any increase in use of Talbot Heath SSSI. That is not certainty now at the time of you making the decision and is against the advice to LPAs. The case officer does not fully quote the two BCP conservation officers in their report when weighing the public benefits of the proposal against the identified harm to Talbot Village Conservation Area, who stated the innovation quarter. However, the other innovative office buildings stroke uses have not been fully justified and the benefits accruing for them are not clear given the poor market for office use. We agree, and this whole hybrid application should be refused. The BCP Council Annual Air Quality Monitoring Report for 2020 shows that location B6 Wallasdown Road has one of the highest nitrogen dioxide concentrations in Bournemouth, and for 3 winter months the levels exceed government guidance levels of 40 for air quality. The extra traffic will result in significant increase in pollution levels and particulates. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call on Ms Jo Keeling.
Thank you. I've lived in Talbot Village for 20 years. It's a truly unique residential area with 2 universities, a farm and beautiful green space. Residents already endure daily traffic issues. Students park in narrow residential roads, disregarding restrictions. Coaches block carriageways and peak time traffic causes delays leaving the village. The local transport plan states Wallasdown Road, the main east-west traffic route, is a key transport challenge as it is a high car dependent conurbation with increasing traffic congestion. Curtin's data states this development is expected to generate additional traffic flows of 1,100 vehicles per day throughout the local road network. Hundreds of extra vehicles a day will be disastrous. The village just wasn't built with this in mind. In particular, Cutler Close, the access road, is adjoined by Mansell Close, where many residents have special needs. They are in real fear of major disruption to their lives, literally on their doorstep. BCP's Safer Routes programme promotes safer ways to get to school by improving routes. Many children walk or cycle to 4 schools in the immediate vicinity of Wallasdown Road. Worsening conditions on a road with high numbers of injuries, some serious or fatal, is dangerous. Do we not have a duty to ensure the safety of all pedestrians on an already challenging road? Nevertheless, the applicant argues traffic will be mitigated as people are encouraged to cycle, walk or use buses. Are we really to believe nursing staff working unsociable hours, cardiac or hip replacement patients will be travel by these methods? Outpatients appointments, surgeries, physio, x-rays, visitors, staff, a constant flow of traffic. The traffic assessment predicts 30% of journeys will be by bus. They quote, the site is well served by a variety of bus routes. However, this includes university services, which should be excluded as most only operate during term time. Traffic assessment traffic flows in 2018 predate highway improvements such as Boundary Roundabout. The assessment has not modelled Wallasdown Road Roundabout, the main source of delays. This junction and the knock-on impact upon the university and Boundary Roundabouts should be ascertained. In short, the traffic assessment is a work of fiction. The applicant has failed to prove that the residual cumulative effect upon the highway network is minimal as required by the MPPF and does not promote sustainable, safe and convenient access as required by the pool local plan. The air quality assessment states significant sources of pollution are from vehicles travelling in this area. The increase in traffic will be permanent, as will the increase in carbon emissions. The noise impact assessment states 36 families will be impacted. No mitigation could be applied to reduce noise levels from the development. 7 families will endure a major increase in noise impacting on their health and quality of life. In closing, the applicant has failed to mitigate the major increase in traffic and introduce a significant risk to people. The applicant has failed to mitigate the noise pollution. The applicant has ignored the impact this will have on the residents. TVT now wants to sacrifice a much-loved Highmore farm, adding more pollution, more traffic chaos and a risk to public well-being. The average person can't affect change globally, but you as a committee have it within your power to help change locally. Please refuse this application and thank you all for listening.
Remember what I said, please. No interruptions of any kind. So we now move on to submissions from the. Oh, and yes, sorry, I've forgotten.
You too, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. How could I forget?
Thank you. Swap glasses. Off we go. Much clearer. Thank you, committee. I've been wildlife surveying Talbot Heath and Highmore Farm under licence for 9 years and have submitted nearly 4,000 species records into the Dorset Environmental Records Centre. RSPB are right. The fields of Highmore Farm and Talbot Heath Nature Reserve are functionally linked. The established wildlife today depends on these habitat relationships. The massive disturbance caused by this application will have a devastating impact on nature, which is contrary to the pool plan policy to ensure no adverse impact upon the European and internationally important site of Talbot Heath. The applicants boast of extensive benefits to the local economy, the environment and the community that are impossible to guarantee. Their track record on the environment is abysmal. No biodiversity baseline field studies were ever commissioned for the 2018 pool plan. Natural England assessed TVT's half of Talbot Heath in 2013 to be in an unfavourable and declining condition. 10 years on from an implemented taxpayer-funded management plan and no updates whatsoever from Natural England or TVT. They state that biodiversity monitoring will begin at best when they have already started building and creating disturbance to established wildlife. They promised replacement sapling hedgerows and tree lines, but if nothing can live in them due to continual disturbance, it's not wildlife habitat, it's ornamental, just like the neighbouring university campuses bereft of wildlife. Only 150 people per day visit Talbot Heath, and that does not require mitigation. 1,400 daily commuters to Highmore Farm proposed, with all the associated additional road congestion, air and light pollution and risks to Talbot Heath. No detail before you about how they will mitigate against a huge increase in footfall accessing Talbot Heath from the Innovation Quarter or HSA. The Planning Committee previously refused the HSA because it was inconsistent with the pool plan, and it remains fundamentally unchanged. Should biodiversity losses be encountered, there is no remedial action plan before you today, just a vacuous statement that management will be based on adaptive management principles. £97 million of GVA forecast for the local economy, and yet only a woolly reassurance that the HSA will be funded by unspecified amounts from Innovation Quarter proceeds after it becomes fully operational. A token bond of £31,000 has been offered, which barely covers the cost of a patrolling warden for 1 year. They talk access. As Talbot Heath custodians, it begs the question, why haven't TVT acted upon this critical need before? A tokenistic growing hub offered, which local experts have told the applicants will leach harmful nitrates onto the heath. 7,400 people have signed a petition of objection. 378 households have written qualified objections, 68% of them within 2 kilometres of the farm. By refusing this application, this committee will be exercising caution and being seen to uphold BCP Council's commitment to protect the local environment and biodiversity. The world has moved on since the 2018 pool plan, and if this goes before a government inspector on appeal, so be it. They will be obliged to scrutinise this application in the context of better informed local plans and new fully impacted environmental legislations. And
So we now move on, as I said prematurely, to applicants and supporters. We have 2 people. First of all, Nick Ashley Cooper, and then David McNair.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Nicholas Ashley Cooper, Chairman of Talbot Village Trust. We are joint applicants with Nuffield Health, 2 charities that support the local community. My fellow board members and I are volunteers, and we do this work as we believe passionately about the positive impact this project will have for the people of this region. We retain a freehold on the land itself, and all profits the trust makes will be recycled back into the community. This makes it a truly unique opportunity. For more than 170 years, our charity has supported people and communities across East Dorset to live well. We are one of the biggest grant givers in this region, and we support some of the most vulnerable in our society. For the many charities that we support, we're a vital lifeline. Our founders, Georgina and Marianne Talbot, left us a unique and invaluable legacy, not only the financial means to make a huge difference to the lives of people, but also a strong sense of community, responsibility and purpose that our charity carries through its core activity today. We hold our core values closely, to be authentic, visionary, brave and collaborative. By our very nature, we think long term, and we are driven to make a lasting positive impact to the people in our region. The Talbot sisters came to Dorset, saw the need and took action. In the same way, we see it as our responsibility to take action at this time of crisis and create positive change. We do this through our grant giving of 1 million every year, which has supported a multitude of local charities, and through careful stewardship of our land, that harnessed in the right way is a strong economic driver that supports jobs, local businesses and the universities. Our aim in doing this is to create a multiplier effect that will have long-lasting benefits for everyone. This is why we believe this opportunity is so huge and why we have put so much effort in to get it right. At its core, this is about balance, economic growth and opportunity, investment in healthcare, enhancing the environment, and ensuring improved connectivity and well-being, meeting many of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. The conversation with Bournemouth and Poole councils and the two universities began in 2013, 10 years ago. The key was how to make the most out of the unique opportunity of a charity landowner and to work with AUB and BU to support innovation, R&D and expansion of the two campuses, delivering on both councils and the LEP's ambition for enterprise and growth. Crucially, it was about providing employment opportunities for young people to stay and be attracted to BCP and contribute to the local economy. Extensive statutory and community consultations since 2013 has led to an allocation of this site in the Poole local plan, and great care has been given to the application ever since to ensure it fully complies with what is set out in the local plan. We are extremely grateful to the case officer and the specialist officers in the council who have taken a rigorous approach in presenting a report that is detailed, well balanced and carefully considered. The Innovation Quarter will be key to bringing jobs to the region and retaining and encouraging young people to return. 97 million gross value add each year to the local economy, creating approximately 1,370 new jobs and 48 million of wages each year. It will provide grow-on space for businesses emerging from the new innovation studio at AUB and those springing from entrepreneurial programs and pathways at BU. In 2019, more than 28% of all UK tech startups were founded here in BCP. Our plans leverage the investment made by BCP and the LEP in digital infrastructure and will be a physical embodiment of the creative digital culture in the region. The Quarter has the potential to act as a catalyst for investment, demonstrated by the current interest of the Department of Business and Trade in showcasing this project at the forthcoming Global Investment Summit in November. They are excited to have an opportunity to showcase a project from BCP. More locally, the project is also supported by the University's Dorset Lab and the Chamber of Commerce. Ian Girling, the chairman of the Chamber, which represents 400 businesses in Dorset, has provided me with a quote to read. Regretfully, I'm unable to attend the meeting this morning, but I am supportive of this application for multiple reasons. The economic impact the scheme brings to the whole area is significant. The ability to attract skilled workers and increase job prospects for our local communities, the demonstration that Dorset is invested in innovation and progressive technology. And the big one is, if this is approved, the green flag to other potential inward investors, seeing we are very much open for business. The need for private hospitals to work in partnership with the NHS is now a matter of our normal day-to-day. Therefore, the healthcare need for a new hospital to replace the current outdated and inefficient hospital is critical for the future health of our communities. We are privileged to have such robust organisations as Nuffield Health wishing to invest into our economy. Like attracts like, so I urge the members to consider the wider extremely positive implications for this application and its impact for many generations to come in both health and economic benefit. Research, innovation and jobs will have substantial benefit across the region, serving our charity purpose of supporting people to live well, continuing the Sisters' legacy of providing local employment and education. Perhaps one of the most important parts of the proposal is around measures for the environment. The charity has always placed the environment and the protection of Talbot Heath as critical importance. We also hugely value the community benefits the green open space provides to the whole area. We are happy and extremely proud that through our hard work, we have a project that is supported by every environmental consultee: Natural England, RSPB, Reptile Amphibian Trust and Dorset Wildlife Trust. They all recognise the huge biodiversity benefits of this scheme. Indeed, half of the Innovation Quarter is devoted to green space, including 16,000 square metres of new tree planting, hedgerows and landscaping, and a growing hub that encourages local community collaboration and cooperative spirit. The Heathland Support Area will provide biodiversity improvements and open up new public land in an area that had been previously fenced off. This will help to draw users away from the heath and reduce human impact on protected land. Livestock will still play an important role in grazing, and this new HSA area will support community well-being. Finally, we recognise that transport and connectivity is a critical component of this application. The operation of local roads has been the subject of extensive testing over many years. As you have heard, the Council's transport team as Highways Authority has accepted the conclusion that the proposals will not cause a severe impact on the local roads and is therefore acceptable in Highways terms. The site's central location means that many of those who will visit the site are likely already using local roads and pre-existing sustainable travel infrastructure in the area. However, a core principle for our project has been further developing walkable, connected spaces. The centrepiece to this is the Talbot Way Boulevard, a walking and cycling route which links the universities to town and the beach without the need for a car. The application also delivers important improvements to local bus services and introduces shared mobility schemes such as cycle and scooter hire and car clubs to the local area. In conclusion, what you see today is an exciting, carefully considered and balanced project that has been closely scrutinised at all stages, is fully compliant with the local plan and is a key element of BCP's growth strategy. It has the support of all the statutory consultees in relation to the environment, business, economy and planning policy, and there are 347 people who took the time to write in to support it. Perhaps most importantly, it addresses critical needs at a time of multiple and in many cases deepening crises: cost of living crisis, healthcare crisis, environmental crisis. With that in mind, our role as a charity and as a forward-thinking enabler is more important than ever. We have proven to be a trusted supporter of hundreds of organisations in this community over more than 150 years. We believe this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and needs to be grabbed with both hands. Above all, we are keen to make sure this is a success for everyone living across BCP and Dorset, to bring people together and ensure everyone wins. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll call Mr. David McNair, and he has just under 6 minutes available.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So the reasons I'm going to put forward today as to why this application should be approved probably won't take anyone by surprise. The reality is, this is the message I've been delivering internally to our wider Nuffield team and locally in key conversations for almost a decade. Our healthcare system in BCP and indeed Dorset is in crisis. It was in a less than ideal place before 2020, and since then, healthcare services and professionals in our area have been under immense pressure. It is so that we can take steps towards combating this issue that I am here, virtually pleading for approval on this scheme. It is also for this reason that I am so thankful to Monica and the officers for investing so much time into evaluating our application and the responses in such depth and for producing such a fair assessment in the report. So bear with me while I take you through some of the history of the existing Nuffield Health Bournemouth Hospital, which was the first Nuffield Health Hospital in the UK. Hospital opened in 1957 and the space is outdated. The current building was never a purpose-built hospital, instead a series of houses moulded together. We spend 100% more on maintaining the building in Bournemouth than any other Nuffield Health Hospital in the UK. The needs of the local community have changed significantly since the current hospital was opened, and we now absolutely must bring our facility up to modern standards. Additionally, the current hospital simply does not have enough capacity to service the local healthcare community. And while I have the resources in terms of doctors, nurses and surgeons to deliver more healthcare in BCP, our current hospital does not have enough physical space to allow for this. The new hospital is proposed to be approximately 40% bigger than our existing hospital. And with new technologies and better design, the proposed hospital would almost double our clinical capacity and allow us to overcome the significant inefficiencies imposed by the current building. Despite this significant increase in clinical capacity, my team would only need to be expanded by 45 full-time employees, which is a 23% uplift. That's due to the more efficient layout of the new hospital compared to the existing site. So with an increase in capacity of that size, I can offer my NHS colleagues the support I would really like to be able to. My team currently treats an average of 7,500 NHS patients per year, and I meet with the local NHS trust very regularly to discuss what additional capacity my hospital can offer in the short term. It is safe to say I'd be able to bring a lot more value to these discussions to NHS patients and the hospital within the new hospital. This is without considering the 65,000 patients we already treat privately each year who would likely otherwise be seen by the NHS. With increased space too, I would be proud to bring Nuffield Health's free, reputed community outreach clinics to BCP. These include the Stamina Clinic for prostate cancer patients and Nuffield Health's joint pain programme, along with long COVID clinics, all of which are available to anyone free of charge. In plain terms, approval of this scheme would enable an 86 million investment into the local healthcare infrastructure. The benefits it would bring to the NHS, to my highly skilled medical team, to our local GP practices, and ultimately to you and I, who will all at some point be in need of healthcare assistance. This is our one shot to make this happen. We have had several long and detailed conversations surrounding other potential sites over the last decade, none of which have been appropriate to progress. This land is designated for development and for healthcare use too. There really is no other option if we want the investment into local healthcare. There is also no other space that offers us the privilege to neighbour Bournemouth University. If I had the time to talk you through the research Nuffield Bournemouth has been involved in, with that has influenced the medical profession worldwide, I have no doubt you would feel the same pride that I do that this is happening in our conurbation. We have a long-standing partnership with Bournemouth University Orthopaedic Research Institute, and at present no other hospital in Europe is taking such a joined-up approach to medical research. In the proposed hospital, and by being co-located with the uni, the capacity for these activities will only grow and allow Bournemouth to be recognised for its contribution to medical research. And on the subject of recognition, the proposed hospital has been designed to be the most modern, high-tech and sustainable hospital across the charity's 37 hospitals, and will be a blueprint for future Nuffield hospitals. The new building and site layout will align with the highest environmental and sustainable standards that Dorset is setting. We see that approval of this application would allow us to put Bournemouth on the map for medical research and for developments in the build of sustainable hospitals across the globe. So on top of those immense healthcare benefits I mentioned earlier, we're teetering on delivering a once-in-generation opportunity for BCP. We believe this scheme has the ability to increase investment into the area, provide jobs, retain and attract talent, all while simultaneously providing practical resolve to an urgent healthcare crisis. Together with the Innovation Quarter as a neighbour, approval of this application really could step things up across healthcare and industry for BCP. And I ask for you to consider all of these unarguable benefits in the round when making your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Admirably within time, the two of you. So now we move on to the ward councillors, 3 of them. The first one is Councillor Philip Broadhead, who will be addressing us on Teams, therefore on the screen only.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, committee, for letting me speak on this important hybrid app. Oh, are we okay, Chair?
Thank you.
Shall I carry on?
Please do.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me speak again on this important hybrid application. Firstly, I think it is worth pointing out that it's, for many of us, our objections to these applications in no way stem from our views on the applicants. Both Talbot Village Trust and Nuffield, as we've heard, are excellent locally based charities who do a plethora of great work, and we're really very fortunate to have them in our conservation. However, I do think it's completely acceptable to be extremely supportive of these charities, but also to hold the view that due to the proximity to such an ecologically sensitive area, this is the right application, but just in the wrong place. Colleagues, this application stems from a need to comply with the pool local plan, as we've heard, which was absolutely necessary at the time, but clearly restrained at the time in its industrial allocation by the much smaller footprint than we have today at BCP. But I'll speak more on that later. But notwithstanding that, I think it can be clearly demonstrated that this major hybrid application, consisting essentially of 3 applications in one, still does not meet even the soon-to-be supplanted policies in the pool local plan and subsequent SPD. As a planning committee member, your role clearly is to be the arbiter of whether, in your view, the application does indeed correspond to those policies. If it fails in just one, it is reasonable and expected to reject the application. And I think the crux of the argument is whether, as per policy PP21 1A of the pool local plan, any part of this proposed application fails to ensure no adverse impact on the European and internationally important site of Talbot Heath. If you have any concerns that this application will have any adverse impact on the Heath, quite simply, it should be refused. And if I may, Chair, I think that the argument has already been made very clearly by a number of our previous speakers. We've heard about the history of previous applications on this site from previous councillor Alderman Stephen Chappell. At that point, as we heard, the Secretary of State intervened with a previous application, which incidentally was only residential in nature and not commercial like this one, to say that the impact on the Heath would not be acceptable. In my view, this application, with many more people coming and going, would cause even more harm. So nothing has changed. If anything, it's got worse. We've also heard about the traffic implications of this new hybrid application, not only bringing unacceptable new congestion onto already one of the busiest parts of our conurbation, but thousands of new people to the vicinity. Again, to say that this would not have any adverse impact on the Heath, in my view, stretches credibility. Nick has also eloquently made the case for the delicate local ecology in this sensitive area. Again, will hundreds of cars, large buildings, floodlights, and opening up further hitherto inaccessible land really have no adverse impact on the Heath? And on that point, let's remember the formal aim of the Heathland Support Area. Now, unlike other similar green space applications such as SANGS, a Heathland Support Area, as we've heard, is designed only to draw existing users away from using the Heath by providing green space. It's not designed to attract new visitors. Are we really convinced that this application achieves that? Do we really believe that what is essentially a new country park will not attract new visitors, and that this would then not spill onto the beautiful Heath, as Sheila Warner pointed out earlier on? Again, I think that's very, very hard to believe. And finally, I think we should talk about the timing of this application. As mentioned earlier, the pool local plan had very limited options for employment allocation, and this was one of them. Now, we have much fewer restrictions within the new BCP local plan, and that's why all of the local ward councillors of this area have been pushing for the removal of the employment allocation in the new plan in this location. We could put it somewhere much more appropriate where it does not threaten one of the last green lungs in the centre of our conurbation. Now, the first draft of this plan, colleagues, is coming to Cabinet in only a few weeks' time. Now, this could, throughout the process, result in a much better location being agreed. So, in short, the new plan could, in only a short space of time, serve to make the need to put the delicate Heath at risk essentially nil and void. Colleagues, as mentioned, any one of these points could and should serve to provide for this application to be refused. Again, in no way am I against the new top-of-the-range private hospital. Indeed, I welcome it, and I really, again, reiterate the great work and how lucky we are to have Nuffield Health in our area. But it really does seem clear to me that this application here, with the additional aspects of the outline part of the application, would obviously impact the Heath. And in only a short space of time, if we all pull together, we can find a better place for this, which is more sustainable and doesn't put our delicate nature at risk. Thank you, committee.
I keep reminding those in the room, please do not applaud or react in any way. So now the next ward councillor is Councillor Matthew Gillett, speaking in his capacity as ward councillor, not as a member of planning committee.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm going to be speaking today specifically in respect to the application for the Heathland support area. In PP21, it's been alluded to a number of times in General Principles 1A, it states, and I quote, that all development must ensure that there is no adverse impact on the Heath. And when it fleshes this out, PP21 envisions that this is achievable through a Heathland support area. It makes this a precondition for development. And a couple of years ago, we had a very similar application, as also again been alluded to earlier, without the distraction of the hospital and the innovation centre, and it was put forward. If people want to Google it, it's App 2198F, and it was declined. And it was declined because of the potential for negative impact upon the Heath. And I believe that in terms of that decision, it wasn't challenged or appealed at that time. Obviously, it just sits on the statute. So we're going to ask ourselves is, does the negative impact of the Heathland support area really change because it's been presented with two other applications today? So you have to take some of the precedents of that case into account. But since that decision, we've learned a lot more about Heathland support areas and those types of parks close to Heathland. So it's not important if you can see it or not, but there's a similar one, Bourne Valley Park, which is less than half a mile away from the Heathland that we're talking about today, less than half a mile away from the proposed Heathland support area. In that park, it's got a very similar type of structure. It's got no parking, it's got no lighting, and it's got fire gates, just as are proposed in the current Heathland support area. And the problem is this: because of those criteria, it creates seclusion. And because of that seclusion, this is the area of the Heath where deliberate fires are started. In fact, all of the deliberate fires in the last 2 years have been started next to this park. If you build high fences around it, it means the fire brigade cannot access the Heath, so they need it. They need the small fences so they can get onto it, and that means that the fires are more likely to happen, but obviously easier to control. If you build a really high fence with a gateway every 20 metres and tarmac over the top, you haven't got a Heathland support area. So it's a very, very difficult balance. The reason today why I'm not talking about lizards is because actually, if you go back to this park, the main breeding colony for lizards used to be right next to it, and it's been burned and it's been destroyed. And it was the fire was controlled relatively quickly because they had the access, but that did not stop the damage that was done to the Heath. There is nothing more destructive on a delicate ecosystem of the Heathland than arson. And this area that they're being proposed creates a risk of arson, and arson is the most likely to start a fire where the risk is less mitigated. So on this case, probably up towards the top end, up to the Isaacs Road end of the AHSA, where they're furthest away from the mitigation factors. There is already an obligation for landowners to manage fire externalities if it's close to a triple SI. So if the landowner believed that the fire gate at Mayford Road, end of the Heath, would improve safety, they can just do that as a separate application rather than making it part and contingent of the HSA. So really just to summarise that point, under PP 21(1)A, all development must ensure no adverse impact on the heath, and more fires will create an adverse impact on the heath and have been shown to do so, even though they've been controlled quickly. So it ticks the box for the fire services, but at the same time, it doesn't create that balance between the fire services and what you get from the from the other agencies. If you ask the RSPB, DWT, and Natural England if they thought that their lizards burnt to a crisp was essentially a way of protecting the heath, you would have got a very different response from them, I believe. This committee itself as well has already identified that there was an adverse impact of the HSA when they made that previous decision, and that decision still stands. And that was even before I made you aware today of the additional substantial fire risk. I don't believe that there is any real difference between the previous application for the HSA and this one. And given those additional fire risks, again, that I made you aware of today, I really can't see why how you can support that, given the risks that are there and in place. Conclude there.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Karen Rampton, the last of the ward councillors.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the chance to speak today. In 2018, the pool local plan, including PP 21 and PP 17, was voted through a full council. It was the only solution at the time because of government requirements for homes and employment land to go with that housing. With pools' geographical constraints, there was really no choice. There was nowhere else. Now, not only is there no such housing target but no demand to find corresponding employment land, nor are we constrained to pool. BCP can act holistically. The drivers of PP 21 and PP 17 are simply no longer there, nor are the confines of pool boundaries. The plan is out of date and pre-COVID, when working practices were very different. It is inconceivable when the BCP local plan is formed, policies such as PP 21 and 17 will exist. They simply wouldn't have any support. Who would vote for them? Certainly not the cross-party councillors from 3 different wards speaking here today. The new plan is so close, councillors having been asked to send in their final changes by the 27th of October, just 3 weeks away. Why else would the applicants have lobbied all councillors so heavily and repeatedly and be throwing everything they have at this committee? They know their time is running out. The HSA application, which came to committee in 2021, was firmly rejected, found to be contrary to several policies. What has changed to make it acceptable now? Absolutely nothing. All 3 of the Talbot and Branksome Wood councillors have asked for the innovation quarter to be removed from the new local plan. Work has yet to be done on identifying current and future employment needs, and officers admit the proposed site of TV2 needs review as part of that process. We don't even know if we need it. And a private hospital built on the green space of the last urban farm in Poole. Members, you saw on your site visit the tranquility and beauty of that space, and how sad that you didn't see it a couple of weeks ago when cattle and sheep grazed, sadly removed to present a done deal scenario. The policies for Talbot Village are zombies. They should be dead post LGR, but are retained to suit those who have very little interest in the lives of local people, nor our local environment, ripping out the heart of our community for the sake of profit. This is a predatory application, an assault on the lives of my residents and yours, shortly before we finalise a new local plan. It flies in the face of sustainable development as defined by the UN and just mentioned by the applicant, a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, inclusive, resilient and sustainable for people and planet. The 4 pillars, human, social, environmental and economic, must be respected and enhanced, all of those, not playing one off against the other. The land designated as HSA has already failed on valid planning grounds. It can't be counted twice. It isn't compensation for the loss of natural green fields, and no sanitised Truman Show-esque curated HSA with a couple of grazing cows allegedly thrown in and maybe a few rows of turnips in a growing hub will suffice. Development of this area would change it forever at huge cost to our community and environment. It's our council area and our residents who will lose out. Many houses and bungalows back onto the proposed hospital site. Development would totally change the nature of these properties with loss of amenity to current and future residents. And that's not to mention the noise, light and air pollution already mentioned by Joe Keeling and which can't be mitigated. Despite the claims of the applicants, the development of a private hospital is a detriment to the local community. There'll be no A&E, no urgent care centre and little or no availability to local residents, just the evils of increased traffic, noise, pollution. It will have high energy usage, heating, cooking, lighting, transport, consumables, more waste created. It won't on the whole attract people from local catchment, longer journeys, more miles. Economic, it should be sustainable. The UN defining goals and actions for sustainable development were developed to reduce climate change. The economic potential for any site has to be taken in the context of all pillars and to increase long-term well-being. This proposal sacrifices 2, maybe even 3 of those pillars for profit on a development which is not necessary. Members, last week, national outrage was rightly caused by the destruction of one iconic tree. It reminds us that's the thing about nature. Once it's gone, it's gone. So who will stand up for our local environment and our community? Well, the people here today will. The 7,100 people who signed the petition will. The 400 objectors in the planning portal will. The 2,100 members on Preserve Talbot Heath will. Unfortunately, none of us have had over £1 million in fees to produce glossy literature, nor being able to hold persuasion events. But we have genuine and heartfelt reasons to want to preserve it for current and future generations because we know it and we love it. Would you stand up with us today? Thank you.
What's about against the Britain War there? Okay, so now we move on to 3 ward councillors from adjacent wards who also have the right to speak and have requested to do so. And the first one I have listed is Councillor Brown, but who is just coming to the mic.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my residents today. In addition to the other residents and councillors' points in opposition, I'd like to raise the issue of this specific area of brownfield land for this planning application. Highmoor Farm and the surrounding heathland, as previously stated, is a much-loved, well-used biodiverse area of Talbot Woods and Branksome Ward that ensures the continuation of green space from Talbot Heath to the boundaries of my ward. TBT and Nuffield hospitals are correct when they state that hospitals and growth are necessary in PCP. However, I'd question why other more appropriate brownfield sites, such as Wessex Fields, were not afforded more in-depth consideration by the applicants. Although the applicants have shown in the report pack that other brownfield sites were considered, it's not obvious what rigours were used to disregard these sites. Section 11, paragraph 120, point C of the National Planning Policy Framework states that planning decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes and other identified needs. Committee, you need to ask yourselves if you are satisfied that this has been considered thoroughly in this case, as I am not. Secondly, I'd like to highlight the predicted impact of the Nuffield Hospital's hours and, more importantly, visiting hours on the residents of these wards. There are presently no projected visiting hours, but at the current Bournemouth Nuffield Hospital site, visitors are permitted at the hospital between the hours of 7 AM to 9 PM 7 days a week. If these hours are to be replicated at the Highmoor Farm site, this will ensure that not only will the conservative estimate of 1,100 staff and patient journeys per day add to traffic on what is one of the most congested routes in the conurbation, but the extra visitors will ensure an increase and constant flow of vehicles coming past many local schools, countless residential properties, student housing, walkways and already dangerous cycle lanes at times of the day and night across every day of the week. This will exacerbate the issues on already overused Wallasdown and Boundary roads and, more significantly, adversely affect the pollution in the local area. A number of local addresses in Wallasdown Road are in the top 25% or 75th percentile for pollution levels per day, figures taken from addresspollution.org. Section 9, paragraph 105, point D of the National Planning Policy Framework states that the environmental impacts of traffic and transport infrastructure can be identified, assessed and taken into account. including appropriate opportunities for avoiding and mitigating any adverse effects for net environmental gains. It continues, significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel, offering a genuine choice of transport modes. This can help to reduce congestion and emissions and improve air quality and public health. Committee, it is again vital that you further investigate the applicants have fully realised the impact the increased travel will have on the residents of this area.
Thank you. And now we move on to Councillor Richard Herrod.
Good morning, committee, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the residents of Wallace Down and Winton West. We're an adjoining ward to the development, and the residents have expressed strongly to us on multiple occasions that they are opposed to this development for the many reasons that you've mostly already heard about. I'm going to talk a bit more in depth about one of the most significant issues for the residents of Wallace Down and Winton West, and that is travel, driver behaviour and parking. The provision for parking across the hospital innovation site is around 450, and based on the travel plans, it's safe to assume that these car parks will be mostly full most of the time, and that service vehicles, deliveries and drop-offs will occur as well. A conservative additional minimum of 1,000 vehicle movements per day, most of which will be through the boundary roundabout at peak hours. The A3049, locally known as Wallace Down Road, is already one of the most congested roads in the whole conurbation, impacting the lives of people living on it and those that have to use it. Wallace Down Road is in close proximity to St Mark's School and Talbot School with 400 and 600 students respectively, which feed into that congestion at peak hours in the morning and from 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And just down Boundary Road are Winton and Glenmore schools, adjacent to them Longsbury Academy, Nigel Bowes Academy, with 2,000 students across their 3 campuses, and less than 500 metres from there, Moordown St John's and Winton Primary with over 1,000 children between them. With Talbot Heath School across Rotherty Road, there are around 5,000 school children going to school within a mile of the site, and this ignores the 2 universities worth of people that we've spent so much time trying to encourage not to drive. Therefore, I have significant concerns for the impact of additional traffic along these 3 principal corridors on the children and general public safety and movement around and across these roads. It's already dangerous, and without additional mitigation on the actual routes, it will be more dangerous with increasingly poor driver behaviour and speed seen on our streets. I realise that it is anecdotal, but my commute to work takes me over Boundary Roundabout every day, and at least twice a week I see near misses, drivers running yellow and red lights. Boundary Road has also largely been ignored in the travel plan, as it wasn't really considered as a route, but locally we know that the route northwards towards Ringwood is regularly used by sat-navs as a way to avoid the congestion we have elsewhere in the conurbation. Now, obviously, we will consider the mitigation that active travel and public transport has on the means of travel to site, and this is reflected in the officer's report. But the travel plan leans heavily on the completion of the Wallace Down Road corridor and transforming Cities Fund route to Red Hill to have people arrive on wheels as well as in cars. Wallace Down Road corridor has been awarding funding for only plans and consultation at this stage, and the transforming City Fund routes that are going to Red Hill roundabout and beyond into Ferndown and East Dorset have been deferred, meaning the catchment for cycling is significantly reduced, as these routes are currently just not safe enough. The routes within the development itself actually will be of benefit to the wider area, but unless they also actually join up to a wider network, they are largely decoration at this stage. Unless these improvements exist at the start, habits are formed and are so much harder to overcome. Bus is the public transport method most likely to impact, but with university buses providing the majority of services to and from the area, over 20 weeks of the year are to reduce frequency, and some of those services just do not run altogether. £338,000 for enhancements to bus services is welcome, but once this cash runs out, we are reliant on commercial viability once again. And mitigation and sustainable travel vouchers is all well and good, but with the issues around buses and active travel already highlighted, will not promote modal shift. There's no additional funding coming from government anytime. Weekend's announcements suggest the opposite is actually going to happen. The travel plan is therefore inherently compromised and would fail to deliver the transition needed to mitigate the use of private cars enough to satisfy the local plan. More vehicles, more congestion, worse air quality, combined with additional antisocial parking and driving is unfortunately what the residents are going to see from this development.
Thank you. And the last of the councillors from adjoining wards whom I've given special permission to talk, it's not an automatic right, but I have granted it in view of the circumstances, is Councillor Tony Trent, and I see he's already on screen. He's addressing us on Teams.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard from residents and those with an interest in the last remaining undeveloped area between Bournemouth and Poole, all expressing concerns about this proposed development. Many people I represent who overlook and actively protect Talbot Heath are also very concerned. My baptism of fire as a concerned member of the public was in the mid-70s when I opposed the development of this whole area and road proposals that would have destroyed the heath. The development went ahead, though the road proposals were eventually defeated and the heath was ultimately protected by European legislation. Since then, surrounding development has crept ever closer to the heath, closer than it was originally determined it should be. The band of trees referred to earlier on was originally going to be the southern boundary of development. That was breached in the late 80s, and proposals before us will drive a coach and horses through any previous assurances. Nearby heathland has been degraded as a result of regular fires and motorbike scrambling. Talbot Heath has, however, benefited in comparison as access to it has been limited, in large part as a result of there being fields surrounding much of it, a railway embankment, a radio transmitter, and the rear of larger, expensive properties, and they've all helped partially seal the area. The one area that does border the heath is open plan housing and overlooks a heath, which, whilst losing much of what was there, has at least been a lookout for some of the extreme behaviour that affects our precious remaining lowland heath, and the residents of that particular area are also very concerned about what they see as the final nail in the coffin of the area. Developing the remaining fields and turning some of them into more accessible leisure space threatens the environmental safety of the remaining heath, as one of the ward councillors has ably demonstrated using an example which is wholly within my ward. We welcome the work that has been done to make that particular area more usable, as it was never as well protected due to its location within one of the most densely populated areas of the conurbation. But we have seen the downside. It never had the protection of surrounding farmland that Talbot Heath has, but that is proving its undoing. One of the most valuable sections has been seriously compromised, as has been referred to, as a result of fires, even this year. Can we risk putting Talbot Heath in jeopardy by removing its best defence and developing right up to the edge of much of what's left of it? Over the last 35 years, we have learnt several lessons, some the hard way, about what is valuable and how best to protect it. Since the local plan approved in November 2018, we have declared a climate emergency, and the plan itself is very close to being replaced. A draft BCP local plan could be published as soon as November. As another ward councillor has suggested, should we actually be making a major decision this late in the day? The position is backed up in PP 32, which states the council will review the Poole local plan by 2023, and it says by 2023, so it should have been reviewed already, and that review has not taken place. PP 32 is therefore one of the reasons I suggest can be used to support refusal of, or at the very least, a deferment of this application, though other issues point out that BCP should completely rethink the Talbot Village element of the local plan. Lessons learned about the effective protection of our heathland and recent disturbing news on our poor state of biodiversity in the UK is also a case to support a rethink, and maybe PP 33 needs beefing up on that point. I've only been involved thus far in the future proposals within the ward I represent, so aware of any emerging ideas being discussed within the adjacent ward, the site of this application, but hope that the ward councillors have been looking seriously at the proposal made in the early 2010s for a community farm. It was made by a working group that included members of both Bournemouth and Poole Council. We also need to look at the tree belt to the south, referred to in the presentation, which was breached in the 1980s. We need to look at secondary tree belt south of the breach, and that's even before this additional stuff. As mentioned before, there are fears that the additional access will increase the threat to the remaining heathland. If this application were granted, there would need to be added fire breaks, consequently reducing the amount of natural heath on the site, another risk to the biodiversity of the area.
Councillor Trent, I'm told you've had your 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to sum up actually with the points. Half a paragraph.
It's got to be one sentence only.
Right. I would suggest that the application be rejected as it does not fully fulfil the requirements of PP24, PP25, PP32 and PP33, and that the whole area is looked at again. So I'll shorten that.
Thank you, Councillor Trent.
Right. Thank you.
Right. I propose now we've heard from. We've now heard from all the councillors and all the other speakers who've requested to speak. I therefore propose that we now have a 10-minute comfort break before we come back to opening it up to committee. So after the brief pause in the meeting for a comfort break, we're now back in session, and the next thing we come to is questions from members of the committee about what they've heard from the presentation, from the site visit, and from objectors. But first of all, I want to hand over to officers to take up specific items raised in what we've heard in the room today.
Thank you. I've got a couple of points to clarify or raise. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to start with the policy allocation. So first of all, there were questions about or concerns that perhaps no alternative sites have been considered. It is important to remember that for this development, this land is allocated specifically for the innovation quarter and hospital uses. Therefore, for this purpose in the report, we obviously assess that necessity there. And it is compliant with those uses. There were also concerns in terms of the uses or the ancillary uses of what can be provided within the innovation quarter. Obviously, if the benefits are not specific, the uses are, as I said in the report, interestingly linked to the specific uses of the universities, their specialisms, and also, as you've seen from the presentation at the site visit and with the report, these uses are compatible with the PP21 allocation, which clearly specifies what uses can be presented on site. In terms of the incursion of the site within the SNCI, which is presented within the PP21 allocation, just wanted to clarify that this map is taken from the Talbot Village SPD, which is the document presented in 2015, is only illustrative at this point. I can reassure the members there's no incursion within the SNCI as shown on the proposed plans. You can refer to them at any point. Again, the map that is shown in the policy is only the illustrative map of the area with those TV1, TV2 and TV3 allocations. And very briefly, also coming back to another point in terms of the comments made that the case officer did not respond in detail or not confirm details of the conservation team and their concerns and the public benefits. It's not the job of the conservation officer to provide a planning balance. That's my job and my colleagues within the report to come to conclusions. Conservation officer identified the harm, and my job and my colleagues' job is to then assess the harm, find public benefits or no find public benefits, and then provide you with recommendations. In that regard, the conservation officer should only be restricted to providing the harm, and that's why it's not included in your report. Thank you.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, fine. I was going to say anyone else.
Yeah, just to pick up on some traffic issues that were discussed. The transport assessment, it does assess Wallerstown roundabout, Boundary roundabout, University roundabout and Talbot roundabouts, and it does use an industry standard database. Obviously, this has been assessed by our highways colleagues, and when I say in summary, they believe that there's no safety issues as a result of the application, and although the increased congestion is likely to occur, the results would result in inconvenience of travel. It doesn't mean that the application would need to be refused. Indeed, the council's own ambitions are to get 50% of journeys to be done by walking, scootering, cycling or public transport, and obviously this application with its emphasis on active travel, in particular the cycleways and the pedestrian facilities, works towards that. Also picking up on some of the ecology points that were made. I think there was some discussion about an adverse impact on ecology, but actually it's the reverse of that. The appropriate assessment, which is quoted in the officer report, actually says with the necessary mitigation measures secured, there will be no adverse effect on the integrity of the designated sites identified. And also we have that biodiversity net gain that is discussed as well. With regards to fire, you'll see in the report at paragraphs
7.66, 8.73 and 8.74, as well as the conditions 7, 8 and 11. We have obviously actually considered, you know, the fire management plans and, for instance, some steps are proposed to increase the accessibility onto the heath for the fire service to access. Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service, sorry, have no objections to this application either. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you want to?
Do you want me to raise the issue of the MP's letter now, or?
Yes, I think it's probably appropriate now if you want to speak on it.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, the MP Conor Burns, Right Honourable Conor Burns, wrote to Graham Farrant, Chief Executive, and copied the Chair of Planning in on the 29th of September, stating that he'd been contacted by a large number of constituents wishing to object to the planning application. He's asked that the Planning Board commit to making sure that they address and discuss the issues that he's raised. And I'm just going to summarise those and just explain where we are with that. So whilst we're grateful for the MP raising issues on behalf of constituents, it's worth pointing out that we have had over 750 comments, formal comments as part of the application process. It's fair to say it says in the report that they're fairly balanced in support and objection. There has been talk of a petition. We haven't actually received that as part of the application, but we are well aware that there's a large number of people are concerned about the application as well. The points that the MP has raised are around the development as a whole, including ecology and environmental damage. Section 6 of the report considers that, and I can confirm that the committee did look on the site visit at the neighbouring residential area and the amenity that they have. The section 4 of the report refers to impact on character and appearance of the area. Section 5 of the report refers to the impact on heritage assets, which are another issue that the MP has raised. Section 7 refers to movement and access, and that's in response to some of the issues that the MP has raised about traffic. The loss of Highmore Farm is covered in section 2 of the report, or potential loss, I should say, and the provision of the hospital and health provision is also covered in section 2 of the report as well. And section 7 of the report covers traffic and transport. So the reason I've said that is that I want to just reassure those in the room and the committee that we have actually taken the points raised by the MP when he wrote to the Chief Executive on the 29th of September. Thank you.
Thank you. And could I remind him and everyone else that this is not a planning board, it is a planning committee, but that's a side issue, very minor side issue. And I believe Mr. Firth wants to comment on a legal side of things.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to pick up, because it's been mentioned a few times about this issue of out of date, various parties have referenced it. What I'd say in relation to that is that, as I understand it, the context in which it's being raised is the National Planning Policy Framework, and in particular paragraph 11, and members can see an extract of that in the officer report at paragraph 16.1 if they want to read it. Chairman, it's worth saying that when you're talking about out of date in the context of the MPPF, really whether something is out of date or policy of the local plan is out of date or not is a matter of law. As a matter of law, is a matter of planning judgment, essentially. It's a matter of fact in the sense that there'd have to be something to make it out of date. But it's essentially a matter of planning judgment. Now, obviously, as I understand it, the officer view in this context is there is nothing that's come forward that would make the policies to which you have to give weight out of date for that particular purpose. The other thing I would say, well, two other things I would say, I suppose. First of all, even if you found that a policy was out of date, that's not the end of the assessment purpose for the MPPF. Because what the MPPF says in paragraph 219 is that, however, existing policies should not be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of the MPPF. Due weight should be given to them according to their degree of consistency with the framework, and the closer the policies in the plan to the policies in the framework, the greater the weight that may be given. So in other words, out of date in that context doesn't mean ignore entirely. It means you would have to give it appropriate weight to the extent you consider it in conflict with the NPPF. And again, as I understand it, your officer position is the policies do not conflict with policies in the NPPF. The other thing I'd refer to, because again it's been mentioned, is this issue of the emerging local plan. I think the problem you have there, Chairman, is, and Mr. Dring is next to me, so they can no doubt clarify, but I don't think any of the information on that is yet in the public domain. So it'd be very hard to argue you should give any weight, or at best negligible weight, to a document that hasn't yet been properly formulated and certainly hasn't yet been in the public domain. Generally speaking, local plans gather weight the further they go through the adoption process. I mean, this is so far at the beginning of its process. I think it'd be very difficult, Chairman, to say it should attract anything other than negligible or probably no weight, because it's hard to know what the policy is going to say, because I'm not aware it has been published. But Mr. Dring can no doubt clarify that point.
Yes, thank you. Just to say, no, we haven't got anything in the public domain at the moment. We're doing an employment land needs assessment that hasn't been published, and the draft local plan is due to be published later this year, but not in the public domain yet. So nothing out there in the public domain that I can point to that will help.
The case officer wants to take up another issue.
Yes, thank you very much. There was an issue raised with regards to the historic application that was refused ultimately due to the concerns arising to the harm of the designated habitats nearby. This application, I'm not going to quote the reference numbers, has been for 450 student units, 378 new houses, included the open space, and also had a 3,500 square meters of academic floor space. So that's significantly different from the proposal you're seeing in terms of intensity of use and the nature of the use as well. This application is worth saying has been considered over 13 years ago. Since then, we've obviously had a variety of documents which take into account impacts on the heathland and other designated spaces. That came with the adoption of Dorset Heathland SPD, which is a document which was produced in combination with the wider Dorset councils and also supported by Natural England. That has been done in April 2020 and it's still valid till 2025. The report takes account the findings of that SPD. It also finds it in the account in terms of doing the appropriate assessment. The conclusions from this application in the appropriate assessment, which has been reviewed by Natural England and supported, are basically boiling down to the points that no adverse effect on the integrity of the protected sites will occur with the application of the appropriate conditions which are before you. Those conditions has been assessed by all the ecological bodies and also Natural England, and these were supported by all of them. And as such, I would say that whatever concerns you may have with regards to the historic application, these have all been overcome with the adoption of those documents and the considerations of the appropriate assessment the LPA has undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to the officers we've got in the room and who've spoken, we've got one has spoken. We have with us Mr. Dring, who is in charge of planning policy, who's already spoken. He's in the room, but also standing by, hopefully online, are representatives from highways, biodiversity, arboriculture and landscape, and rights of way, should any of the questions that come up be relevant for their input. So I think we're ready now to move on to questions from members. I've seen one hand up already, and now I've got a second one. So Councillor Salmon, then Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for being a bit previous, but it was just in relation to what Mr. Firth has just said about not giving any weight to what might or might not be in the local plan because we don't know, because it's not in the public domain. I do note that the officer's report did refer to having consulted with the planning policy team as to whether the land allocation would be likely to change in the new local plan, and it's been written into the report that it was advised the land allocation was unlikely to change. So can we disregard that too? If we can't give it weight on one side, surely we can't give it weight on the other.
Could Mr. Furth comment on that?
Chairman, I'll pick up 2 points actually. First of all, so I was just consulting with my colleague, Mr. Dring. So I understand the difference, and perhaps to make clear on the point I was making, I think there's a difference between policies in the emerging local plan, which aren't yet in the public domain, and possibly an evidence base, which supports issues coming forward in the local plan, which are in the public domain, as I understand it. That's what I was just checking. So some of this information has been published, and that would obviously form a discussion as to what might come forward in the local plan, and to the extent it's in the public domain, it would be reasonable, so long as it has a relevance to planning, to comment upon it. And that's then, as I understand it, the context in which the question was being asked. Chairman, can I pick up one other point, just to clarify one other point in case it gets raised? I obviously looked at it from the point of view of not being able to consider the issue of policies in the emerging local plan because they haven't been published. I suppose I should cover one other point, which is this issue of prematurity, because I think part of the argument that was being raised was maybe we should just wait and see what happens going forward. I mean, generally speaking, I would say prematurity doesn't get significant, in most cases, not going to be relevant. But I think what I can do to help members in that respect is read out what the MPPF says about that specifically. And what the MPPF says about prematurity is, in the context of the framework, but that's has general application as well, I'd say, and in particular, presumption in favour of sustainable development. Arguments that an application is premature are unlikely to justify a refusal of planning permission, other than in the limited circumstances where both. So it's two tests. A, the development is proposed as so substantial, its cumulative effect would be so significant that to grant permission would undermine the plan-making process by predetermining decisions about the scale, location, or phasing of new development that are essential to an emerging plan. Well, you can see that might apply, I suppose, arguably. But then it goes to say, and, so the second part of the test, the emerging plan is at an advanced stage, but is not yet formally part of the development plan for the area. Well, obviously, that doesn't apply in this case because the plan isn't at an advanced stage. And I think, Chairman, most members, well, I think all members who sit on planning application will know that generally speaking, you determine an application that's before you. And if you just kept on putting off determining applications because something might be coming forward, I think the problem would always be you might never get to the end of determining applications. So it's prematurity can be relevant in certain circumstances. I think the problem with relying on the emerging local plan is it's such a long way off. Well, I say it's because it hasn't been published yet even. I mean, hopefully it's not too long off. But it's such a long way off, Chairman, that it would be very difficult to argue I'm just going to park this indefinitely until I know when that's going to be adopted. So I think that's the problem. That's the balance member would have to think about.
So thank you for that clarification. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. My question surrounds the report and there's a proposed alternative sites for the location of this hospital mentioned in the report. It lists a few, but one leaps out. It's in our ward, and it says, I quote, "There's a perfect plot of land at Wessex Fields that could accommodate a new Nuffield hospital. This would enhance patient safety and preserve a well-loved green space." And then the next bullet point is no justification why the site at Wessex Fields adjacent to Bournemouth Hospital could not be used. I wonder if the officers could tell us why it was not considered.
Can you clarify what you've just quoted from?
Yes, it's on page 16 under objections.
Thank you. So it's not. It's not prepared by the officers. This is an objection. So could we ask the officer to clarify what the position is?
Thank you. First of all, yes, this is not in my report. Secondly, as I mentioned before, I've considered the proposal due to this policy allocated site, and therefore it's not for me to consider alternatives as with any other development. And secondly, I also cannot comment on any speculations in terms of additional alternative sites available elsewhere. That again is not before me. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions first, please, to the officer. So the refusal in 2022, I think obviously was related to environmental impact assessment. So could you confirm what the applicant and BCP council officers have done since that 2022 to give more evidence to support the case? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask my colleague to address that. But first of all, just wanted to point out that obviously we've worked with the applicants in detail to ensure that we've got additional information. It was actually arising from the reasons for refusal. The main difference between the applications that one before you and the one that was refused is obviously the HSA has been considered previously in isolation, and that was a concern. This application now before you is obviously holistic application for all three elements, so there's no more development to come forward on this land allocation. And now I'm going to ask my colleague to address any further details. Thank you.
Hi, so the reason for refusal cited over intensification of public access, impacts on the site and adjacent heathland, insufficient support and evidence showing satisfactory protection over nearby designated habitats, and prejudice in the future delivery of other development in the vicinity. So obviously Monica's just covered the future delivery of other development. Obviously this one is now submitted with TV2. In relation to over intensification of public access, which impacted on the site and adjacent heathland, in the report that I did cover the actual premise of a heathland support area and how it's drawing people away from the heathland. That is its main aim. And obviously Natural England are supportive of this particular location as from the allocation through to this application. In relation to insufficient support and evidence, you'll see that in the report it briefly discusses all of the bits of evidence that have been submitted for this application. The ecological impact assessment, basically to sum that up, it says of the 40 important ecological features, no significant negative impacts were found. In fact, at paragraph 10.1, it concludes that the impact assessment concluded there will be a positive overall. The full phase 2 survey concludes that it's considered that the design of the hybrid application would increase biodiversity considerably. The biodiversity net gain assessment, as I've already touched upon, states that demonstrates that there's likely to be a net gain of 16%, so over and above the 10% that's required. The environmental statement concludes that the requirement for an appropriate assessment must be done, obviously. So we've done the appropriate assessment, and that concludes that with the necessary mitigation measures secured, there will be no adverse impact on the integrity of the designated sites identified. So that's why we believe that the reasons for the refusal of the previous application have now been overcome in this application.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. The other question, obviously, we've seen the detailed plans for the Nuffield, but it is outline planning for the 13,000 square metres of the other land. So will that need to come back to committee for final detail? And then linked into that, there's been concerns, obviously, the hospital is essentially 2 stories with a 3rd story for plants, etc. If the hospital wanted to go upwards, that no permitted development, that again would have to come to committee. Thank you.
To answer the first part, yes, at the reserved matters stage, I believe it will be required for the development to come forward again before you, so you can assess the details from the case officer's report. And also in terms of any changes to the, let's say, approved plans, if that comes forward, if any changes happen, these can be addressed in a separate application, which then again would need to be considered separately and potentially before planning committee as well. So it's not permitted development, it's basically planning application.
Councillor Carl-Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, as it stands at the moment, is there any form of heathland support area around Talbot Heath, around this area?
No, there isn't, as far as I'm aware.
There's nothing at all at the moment?
I'm not aware of anything formal or informal.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. So we've heard quite a lot about the transport assessment, and some wildly differing opinions as to the impact locally of this development on traffic and travel and vehicle movements. Obviously, I'm aware that the highways team have inputted and have given their view, but I understand we have got someone from highways here. I would quite like to hear their response to some of those things that were brought, that the objectors brought forward about you know, just to get a bit more in depth on that, because it does seem to be a particularly contentious issue. Can I also at the same time ask for a little bit more information about the over provision of car parking at the hospital, which I understand the officer said was I think 54 spaces more than the SPD makes provision for. I made it of 40 something of, I made it 10 more than that anyway, I've forgotten the numbers. I made it 50% more than the SPD provides for, which is quite a significant over provision and doesn't tie in with me with the objective of reducing car travel, reducing vehicle movements in an already congested area. So I just would like to hear a little bit more about why that's been. I understand people say, oh, because we need more car parking because it's a hospital, but it's specifically the use class of a hospital in the SPD, and that's gone 50% over in term on this application on what our SPD says should be there. So a bit more on that, please. Sorry, that's a long question.
Thank you. Is Mr. Smith online available? Or yes, I see him.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Lee Smith, just Highways Development Management Officer covering this application, just to introduce myself. Yeah, just perhaps there's 2 points here to understand, which is our Highways general view as to how we come to our conclusion, and then the second point specifically about the over provision of parking. So just dealing with the first issue. Obviously, we're guided by the land allocation, and the land is allocated for the uses that are being proposed. And as part of that local plan allocation, there would have been a public inquiry, and the traffic impacts of that land allocation would have been assessed. And when members look at policy PP21 and look at the requirements that are in there in terms of traffic, it talks about, just bear with some more, might just get the section to read. It talks about on the PP21.3 transport, providing enhancements to the pedestrian cycle environment, including support delivery of a new strategic north-south cycle route. So that's something that's been coming forward as part of the application. Supporting the provision of enhanced pedestrian crossings on Wallystone Road, and I think you've already heard in the sense that the council's funding came forward before the application, so those have been done. And then the section C is provide a level of car parking to encourage access to the campus by walking, cycling, public transport. So those are our principal guides. As Highway Authority, we're not saying this development won't have any more impact on the road than the existing situation. Clearly it will. This is a relatively empty, and there's going to be a significant increase in traffic, but it's a congestion increase. And from our point of view, when we assess that, we look at what's the safety impact of that, what could the applicant do to mitigate that congestion increase. And the only thing that possibly could come forward in this case would be to building more road space, enhancing Wallystone Road, making it wider, making the roundabouts wider, adding extra lanes, etc. And as a highway authority, and followed by our guidance in local transport plans, through a local plan, and I should imagine the emerging conurbation-wide local plan, we're moving away from that. We're moving away from building extra road space. We're looking at sustainable travel modes as a solution, a long-term solution. So then from our point of view, we look at what this application is delivering in terms of encouraging the sustainable travel modes. We've talked about the north-south cycle route through the site from Alith Road going up. We've looked at encouraging extra bus travel. So from the scheme, we're chatting to our accessibility team. There's over £330,000 coming forward towards enhancing buses in the area. That could be a new bus service. It could be extending the times of existing service. We've got new pedestrian crossing coming forward on Gillett Road. We've got new bus shelters coming forward. Quite a lot of those enhancements are not just for this site. So the wider public benefits of those, so the north-south cycle route won't just alleviate some of the congestion from this site. It provides an enhancement for the new, for the existing sort of university that's in the area. So when we look at all those factors and we look at the fact the land is already allocated, the solution to building more road space to accommodate the extra traffic is not one that the highway authority would push on the applicant. They may not control the land in their ownership. It may not be financially relate to the impact of the scheme, but principally building more road space is not something that, as a highway authority, we're seeking to do for these types of applications. And if I can I just perhaps refer to the local transport plan? So local transport plan 3 is Bournemouth, Poole and Dorset wide document covering up to 2026, and it talks about the strategic strategy about transport across the conurbation and where we're going with that. And as you probably expect, that document puts a lot of emphasis on sustainable travel. That's the principle how we're going to sort the transport issues across the network. And if I just quote perhaps goal 1 within that document, so in the summary document, a local transport plan, goal 1 talks about supporting economic growth. And it talks about the key challenges. And number 2 under there, it says to create a lasting shift to more sustainable travel behaviour that reduces single occupancy car trips and overall traffic growth. And then under that, it says building major new road capacity is unlikely to be affordable or sustainable. More sensible and efficient use of the car and encouraging alternatives help to ease the pressure on the existing transport network. So that's where we're going. We're not talking about building more road space. So when we look at this proposal, it will cause extra queuing. I think one of the resident objectors referred to it being difficult to get out of the Talbot Village area as a resident in your car. And certainly Gillett Road, there'll be a lot more queuing at the roundabouts, at Boundary Roundabout University to get out to Gillett Road. But I think from a highway point of view, when we look to that, I don't think causing extra inconvenience in terms of extra traffic queuing is in our view, given the site is already allocated and there's no solution to deal with the transport problems in terms of building that road space that we would support. We've come down to the conclusion that we would support the application, given all those sustainable travel measures that are coming forward. So that's perhaps on the first point. Hopefully that's give you a bit of a general overview as to where we're coming from it from a highways point of view. With regards to parking SPD and the over provision of car parking, so the parking SPD is a guideline document and has standards in what we want development to deliver in terms of car parking. I'll point out 2 things. They're not minimum parking standards and they're not maximum parking standards either. Within that document, it does say development can provide different parking than that's outlined in those documents, provided it submits some evidence and gives us an idea as to why it's doing that. I think for this site, we acknowledge it's a hospital. Quite a number of people arriving may be infirm, may have just had surgery, maybe dropped off by relatives. So in terms of the nature of the use and the patients that are arriving on the site, it's unlikely that those people would be cycling or getting the bus. It may be difficult just because of their particular medical needs. So the applicant has done their own studies of existing Nuffield hospitals and provided that evidence to us. So I think taking that into consideration, as a highway authority, we've accepted that the particular hospital itself, we won't object to it having more parking than our parking SPD gives a guideline to. We have, and it is in one of the conditions, sought more cycle parking than is being proposed at the moment. So on paper, using our SPD, the document that the plans do meet our SPD cycle standards. But using the same argument the applicants used as to why they want more car parking, we've said, well, okay, we're having more car parking, we want more cycle parking as well. So there is a condition to provide to 96 cycle parking spaces. That may actually result in the loss of some of the car parking spaces to accommodate those cycle shelters. Now that's the detailed application of the hospital. When it comes to the innovation quarter, now, as we were, that's the reserve matters application. We'll deal with the layout issues on that site, and that particular part of the site won't have the same parking characteristics as a hospital. So for that site, we would expect more compliance with our parking SPD and more encouragement of sustainable travel. But a lot of that would be dealt with under the reserve matters. I hope that answers it.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Okay.
Yes, I might debate.
Okay. My question was about employment. The original allocation in PP21 is for 1,700 and odd employment numbers. The report is talking about 1,300 and odd, but we've heard from the applicant for the hospital that it will only create 45, I think, new jobs. So what is our reliance on the figures for the innovation quarter?
Thank you. So yes, the policy says, sorry, the Talbot Village SPD says 1,770. That's full-time jobs. That obviously means that maybe more in terms of part-time jobs. That's obviously for the outline to be delivered, or let's say policy allocation within Land TV2 to be delivered. There is obviously certain figures for the hospital, as you've quoted. And therefore we cannot obviously predict how many of those employment spaces will come up within the outline yet. We don't know that. That will be part of the reserved matters, but I would be expecting that they cannot be any more than 1,770, which is quoted.
My concern was more the other way. Can we be sure that there will be enough for all the development? I mean, a whole new hospital only providing 45 jobs. In one way, it's good because of, more efficient use, but it's a very tiny fraction of the hoped for employment places.
Can I please check with Steve if you could actually answer the question in terms of an economic impact?
Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Steve, sorry, could I just ask you to answer the question from Chair?
Did you catch my question, Mr. Dring?
If you remind me of the question you're asking.
Yeah, I was asking about the employment. The SPD or the PP21, I can't remember which, talks about 1,700 and odd jobs. The report we've got talks about 1,300 and odd, but we've heard from the hospital that it's only going to create 45, which is a tiny fraction of the hoped for employment opportunities. And I'm asking about reliance on the outline application to provide, well, 1,300 jobs at least.
I'll have to wait to see the outline to understand how many jobs will come forward. Or when, in terms of the local plan, in terms of identifying the policy, what we've done is we've taken a jobs per floor space ratio, and that's how you come up with the 1,700. I haven't looked at the detail of why the Nuffield Hospital is saying 45 jobs. That doesn't sound like a lot. But in terms of the outline itself, yes, there'll be a lot more jobs will come forward as part of that, which will count towards the 1,300 or 1,700.
Mr. Fox has also got something to add.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'd like officers just to check this, because I suspect that it's because of the fact that the hospital, we will be replacing an existing hospital with a number of staff who are already employed there. So we'll just check the details of that and clarify that. I'm being nodded at by the Nuffield Hospital representative. So I think that explains why this is appearing a fairly low number, but we'll come back and clarify that.
I can appreciate that the hospital won't create that many jobs. My concern is, given that the expectation and the hope, and one of the selling points, if you like, on this application is all the additional employment opportunities, are we relying on the outline application too much, perhaps? I don't know. Anyway, Councillor Dove.
Thank you. That would clarification would be really helpful, because I understood it to be 45 extra jobs in addition to the ones that are already at Lansdowne. But my question is actually the loss of the 45 parking spaces is something that I raised at the site visit. It was just trying to understand the use of that car park and whether those spaces were a required provision in supporting or granting any other previous applications in the area.
Could anyone enlighten us?
Yeah, I will try to. I think could we possibly get that slide back up? It might just be helpful to see. So it's this second slide on the movement section. Sorry, you can't see it yet. Hang on. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
So yeah, there's approximately a loss of 45 spaces, as you can see from the access that's being proposed to be created down Cutler Close. So the permission for this parking was given in a previous permission, but there's no indication that that parking has to be permanently provided. And since the extension was built to Bournemouth University, and the Arts University Bournemouth, they're requiring less parking for their staff. I think I alluded to this when I was presenting, in that they're using hybrid working, and obviously their introduction of their sustainable travel policies. So this loss of 45 car parking spaces is acceptable in our terms. I don't know if Lee wants to come in on, sorry, Mr. Smith wants to come in on any and comment on that at all as well.
I can do if you want, Chair.
Yes, please, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, we've had numerous applications come forward at the Arts University and Bournemouth University next to the site over the last couple of years, and as part of those applications, the applicants have done parking studies and assessed. And I'd like to say that since the pandemic, obviously similar to the council in a sense, a lot of the hybrid working, and the university have confirmed that that is carrying on. So we had applications during the pandemic period where the university were sort of talking about loss of parking, but obviously we've now got more of a settled down period since the close down. So it has come to fruition that the staff, particularly administration staff, are working from home more. So the amount of parking we would have asked the university to provide going back a number of years is certainly not needed anymore. So we've not objected to that, the loss of parking, and on many site visits I've been out to this site over the last couple of years, and I would say, yeah, that car park is not run with, you know, sort of heavily used. It is used but not heavily used, as opposed to my 18 years previously working at Poole. There would have been far more cars in the past.
I had Mr. Councillor Rice. I've got Councillor Clements, I think. No, and Councillor Carr-Brown. Oh, and Councillor.
Thank you. Keeping with the transport theme, policy PP 21.3 sets out that development at Talbot Village is expected to deliver significant improvement of transport and movement to the area where appropriate. And then it also says providing a level of car parking designed to encourage access to the campus by walking, cycling and public transport. So you've mentioned that it's a balance, and that the transport view is that it's okay to have an increased amount of car parking. I was just wondering if we could have more detail on specifically why this hospital is you feel appropriate to have more car parking than other hospitals, and as more car parking than is set out in our policy.
Yeah, I can come back on that. I'm probably going to repeat a bit of what I said before, really, which is so our parking standards SPD, the hospital falls into the same category as colleges and further education. It's quite a broad category in our parking SPD, and our SPD looks at number of consulting rooms and staff, other things like that. For the colleges and universities, which this falls under in terms of our parking SPD table, we would have requiring probably be insisted. But I think, as I said before, given the nature of it being a hospital and people arriving and the medical needs of those people, we determined that we'd accept the higher parking level than's proposed. And members will be aware of other applications that have come forward with more car parking than our parking SPD, and we haven't recommended refusal for those because of the reasons the applicants have put forward. I would say, you know, we have got all the other sustainable travel measures, and we'll have a travel plan coming forward, and we'll also have vouchers for staff to promote cycling, walking and bus use, and it is hoped that, you know, they would take up those options. But I think medical needs, shift working, those things mean that we accept that there will be more cars arriving at this site.
Thank you. Councillor Carr-Brown.
Thank you, Chair. this fairly large number of £338,000 for enhancement to public transport, Mr. Stoner in a previous answer listed the potential of a new bus route, for example. So I'd be interested to know what the details are on the projected spend of that 338,000, because a new bus route would obviously require recurrent funding.
Yeah, I can come back on that. I mean, the figures provided by accessibility team and is based on providing a bus service, a typical bus service for 3 years, a new bus service for 3 years. It doesn't necessarily mean that the money will be used for a new bus service. We'll chat our accessibility team, similar to other developments where we've secured significant public transport funds. We chat to the bus operators. We discuss with them how do they think the service would be better on the site. So it could be an existing service that gets an enhancement in terms of the frequency of that service. And so going forward, we speak to the operators. They're the ones on the ground who know. You look at some of the bus times that are operating in this area, and as I said, it might be extend some of those bus times to start a bit earlier to catch the commuters, or later to catch people finishing late. So those are considerations. And generally, we're looking at a three-year time basis. To secure the funding in perpetuity for a bus service forever is not reasonable as part of the application. We generally look at a 3-year time period from when the application first comes into operation, and then it gives it time to be established. Again, with the sustainable travel vouchers, which hopefully will come forward should the application get approved. They will give people a bus voucher to encourage free bus travel for certainly the early part of their employment, to encourage them from an early day to use the bus.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next questioner, Mr. Fox, to add to replies to my question of a couple of minutes ago.
Thank you, Chair. I knew we had the figures somewhere, and we've got them. So the question that's been asked about the employment numbers on the hospital part of the application, it would be safeguarding 191 FTEs that are obviously existing employees. It would create 45 new FTEs, and in addition there would be 22 apprenticeships. So that's a total of 258 FTE jobs that would be on this part of the site. It's also worth bearing in mind that the applicant has stated that there'll be a net impact of the innovation quarter on jobs within the Dorset LEP area. Now, it's obviously wider than BCP, but it's important to bear this in mind from an economic point of view. It would be an additional 1,370 FTE jobs within that wider area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm still not sure about counting existing jobs in the total. Only if there was a firm proposal to shut the hospital and get rid of those jobs. I mean, those are existing employees. They're not additional. I'm concerned about the additional. Where do we get to? Councillor Sidaway.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to go back to the transport and the traffic. We saw ourselves, not at rush hour, how long it took us to get around the site. That road is constantly busy. So I wanted to clarify a couple of things. The 1,100 extra journeys, that doesn't include, presumably, any of the new roles that may or may not exist, the 1,300, which would significantly increase that 1,100 journeys, would it not? And whilst I support the active travel, and I think perhaps for the 1,300 jobs that's more likely to use active travel, have we done any research into our existing hospital network to see how many people actually arrive at hospital not via a car?
I'm not sure that that's figures that can be readily brought to hand, but we will ask.
I think Mr. Smith did say that one of the Nuffield reports had been from a different area, had given him some, but I don't think we've seen that data.
Yeah, I will do.
But I'd be interested in whether Paul or
Mr. Smith is standing by to answer this.
Yeah, in regard to Nuffield, we were talking about them doing parking surveys and taking some traffic data from their existing Nuffield hospital. It's part of the transport assessment. The transport assessment we're satisfied gives us sufficient information for us to come to a determination on the application. It's used sort of industry-wide standards. It's used Nuffield hospital. It's used some of the traffic figures for the recent Bournemouth Hospital extension, which was accepted by the Highway Authority as well. So it contains lots and lots of information, which has given us the confidence that that transport assessment is robust enough for us to come to a determination. I hope that answers the question. As I said, there is a lot of data that's come forward as part of the application, but it's robust enough for us to come to a determination. Let me know if you need any more than that.
I suppose it answers part of it in terms of there was a look at it. I'd be interested in whether any of our current hospitals had any data. That might be interesting. I think the other point was around the extra journeys created by the new jobs that we want to see in the Innovation Quarter. That I think needs to be taken into account now. I'll add that to perhaps one of my other concerns, which is the hybrid plan. Because whilst the hybrid plan, and I was interested here, it may only come back to committee. It may be decided by officers without coming back to committee, which I think is an interesting point. It doesn't have detail, but it does lock us into certain things, I think, if we approve this. And I think it would be useful to perhaps not see that linked to this application.
Mr. Fox is going to comment on part of that question, and we'll...
I'd like to just reassure everyone, both the committee and those in the room, that any applications that come forward on this site will be considered by the planning committee. It's not something that we'd be comfortable leaving to officers to do sort of behind closed doors. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, have you got any more to add on the other issue?
Yeah, it was just to clarify that because I just think about the councillor's question. Then transport assessment that's been submitted in the traffic modelling is modelling of all the development coming forward. So it's not, they actually did modelling of just the hospital's own impact, but actually our final recommendations based on modelling for all the development coming forward, Innovation Quarter and the hospital itself. So just picking up the point though, when he's talking about number of trips per day, just to clarify, yeah, the transport assessment has assessed the whole development.
Okay, just to clarify on that then, is that the 1,100 journeys includes what is anticipated from the jobs, the unknown number of jobs in the Innovation Quarter?
It's based on square meterage of the development that's put forward. So the application description, because there's so many thousand square meters, I can't remember off the top of my head. I apologise. Okay. Yeah, but it's that, and based on a hospital of that size that's being proposed. So it's using. So there's this industry-wide standard called TRIX database, which looks at all developments around the countries of different natures, hospitals, leisure, etc. And the applicant can tap into that, and we use it as highway authorities, and say, 13,000 square meters of this type of development, how would that generate? And that's what they've used. It's not necessarily based on, and it can be based on employees, but it can be based on square meterage as well. So it's based on the application description as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more, Councillor Salmon? No? Right, I think that's... Oh, Councillor Rice.
Thank you.
After this, I suspect we will be moving on to the debate.
Thank you. I was just wondering whether we have any detail on how much car parking is provided at the existing hospital that they are wanting to replace, and how that compares with how much parking provision they're providing now.
Is that me again? Do you want me to come in again? I don't know how many hospitals are at the current Nuffield site. That's over in Bournemouth. I don't have that information to hand. And again, I think sort of repeating what I said earlier, that Nuffield have looked at parking at various Nuffield hospitals and the typical levels of parking that those hospitals need for their uses. And that's how they've come up with the parking figures that they submitted as part of the application and the amount of parking.
Thank you. Oh.
And then the second one was about the access for cycling and walking, and the specific path that's going through it. It speaks about how it has priority over vehicles at most points, but then there's a section where where vehicular access is given priority over the cycle and walkway towards the top of the site. I was just wondering why that was the case, and why we weren't pushing for continuous cycling and walking priority.
I think Councillor Rice might be referring to the master plan drawing there, actually, which does the master plan drawing, which is an illustrative, does imply that the traffic, perhaps one of the officers can get that plan up on the screen. it gives an impression that the development traffic would cut across the cycle lane. That plan has been there's a more up-to-date plan which is in the if it's listed within the plans to be approved. There's a more up-to-date version of that, because one objection we did raise, and Councillor Rice is correct, that the idea was the Talbot Way route is supposed to prioritize cycling and pedestrians. So there's actually now a crossing, a toucan crossing, and a raised table junction to allow the Talbot way, so the cycle route, to come along, and cyclists and pedestrians to carry straight across in a safe manner. There's a raised table junction, so it's slightly different than what's on that plan there.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'd like to ask just one last question of clarification around the use of solar power.
Okay, we haven't talked about that subject at all
No,
yet.
no,
So
and I know on previous discussions, it's not been something we've been able to force places to do. And yet in this one, we seem to be saying that, if I've read this correctly, 20% of future energy will have to be provided by solar PV through a condition. Is that the correct interpretation?
Thank you. Yes, first of all, if you refer to the plans shown, so you can see that there is already provision which is envisaged for the hospital to have solar panel power involved, and that's the condition which says at least 20%. That's the standard condition. Beyond all these renewable energy sources you see now on the plans, there's obviously provision of additional ones, and then there is a net zero strategy in terms of the approach to the development. And then we also have fabric first approach, which basically reduces the impact on environment in terms of the construction phases and how building will be passive in terms of its energy use and waste of the energy that may be escaping from it.
Okay, well, I was sort of ignoring the construction phase, really looking at the future. I did see the net zero strategy. I didn't quite see a way to link it all together, and whether, given when we would anticipate this being delivered and actually in that phase, whether 20% was actually a sufficiently large figure.
Just to come back on that was really quickly, we also have the expectant level of BREEAM excellent, which can be met.
Didn't hear that.
So it's BREEAM, it's basically the industry level of achieving sustainable development through the built form. That is to be expected as excellent. It's not just a policy requirement, it is to be expected from Nuffield at this stage, and it can be delivered now, as we have the evidence of that. Equally, that will apply to the outline proposals at the later stage. We would expect exactly the same level of BREEAM excellent to be delivered. That sort of, in a way, ties those three strands of net zero, renewables and BREEAM together, because BREEAM looks holistically at renewables, at passive building, construction materials, and then allows the final certification. So these strategies will be basically then translated into BREEAM, and at that stage we can confirm that Nuffield is capable of providing excellent in terms of certification.
Okay, I think that answers it.
So before we move on to debate, I'll hand over to Mr. Firth, who's got something to add to his previous answer about on the MPPF.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just because I omitted to read out the paragraph, and for the sake of completeness, there is another paragraph in the MPPF that's relevant to this issue, and we talked about prematurity in the emerging plans. So I'll just read that out for members' information, so they've got the full extent of what's quoted in there. It says, refusal of planning permission on grounds of prematurity will seldom be justified where a draft plan is yet to be submitted for examination, or in the case of a neighbourhood plan. Well, that's not relevant here. It goes on to say, where planning permission is refused on grounds of prematurity, the local planning authority will need to indicate clearly how granting permission for the development concerned would prejudice the outcome of the plan making process. So again, the message there, as I said earlier, is it's not that prematurity could never be a material consideration, but if members wanted to ever consider going down that route, they would need to be clear and very clear on the justification for the amount of weight they were going to give to it as an issue.
Thank you. Right, so we start on the debate now. Anyone want to kick us off? Start us off? Right, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's useful that this application is looking at the whole site. So as we heard, the application from 20 21, the most recent one, just looked at the Heathland support in isolation. So now we're looking at the whole picture, so it's more helpful for us. And then the other key thing which I'm thinking of is the Poole local plan of 2018. So as I know from a Christchurch plan we did, and what the BCP plan, a lot of consultation, public consultation, a lot of engagement with different users is involved. So I imagine, obviously I wasn't involved in the Poole local plan, which was live in 2018, but I would imagine comprehensive consultation was taken and the site was identified. And I think for me, the site is identified, stages have been implemented, the area has grown, but it was always known that it was going to grow. So for me, it's an identified area, and I think it the mitigation and the opening of space which is currently blocked to majority of residents unless they jump over a fence. I think it gives a lot of positives on, as the report says, the economic, the social, and the environmental. I think it's a good balance of delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I still would perhaps like a bit of officer input into this. We haven't discussed private healthcare versus NHS particularly, but I was surprised about the amount of emphasis in the report about the socio-economic benefits of a private hospital to the residents of BCP. My understanding is that that actually using private health within the NHS actually worsens NHS provision for the majority of the public. So I was just wondering whether that's a planning. There is a lot of emphasis on the social benefit of a private hospital. Is that relevant for the planning application?
I suspect it isn't, but I'll be guided.
Thank you. As you can see from section 16 of the report, when I've outlined the planning balance, social and economic benefits are obviously taken into account as the NPPF prescribes. The fact that the Nuffield Health is offering private provision is not for us to consider at this stage in terms of, or at all, in terms of whether the proposal is acceptable or not. On the sideline, I would say that whilst this is a private health provider, they also support as a charity the provision and taking overflow patients from the NHS, which obviously then provides that healthcare benefit, the social benefit of allowing more patients being seen in more efficient way, faster. That's what Nuffield already does, but in this new location, they will be able to do it more efficiently with better premises, better services, facilities which are fit for purpose. And that translates to the social benefit for the residents within the wider conurbation, not just Poole. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, I don't think we can have in the same answer that we can't take into account consideration of whether it's private healthcare or the NHS, but private healthcare is good for the NHS, because that's a political statement. If we can't take that into consideration, we can't take it into consideration. Can't use the fact of providing a private hospital as a social good and then say, but you can't take it as a negative. That's doublethink.
Mr. Fox will answer this. He's the expert.
I'll just clarify whether or not it's private or NHS facility in planning terms, they have to be considered as the same thing. So we can't look at one versus the other.
So if I understand you right, we can look at the fact that it's additional, increasing capacity, but not how or by whom. Is that right?
Yes, the planning legislation doesn't differentiate between the two. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Hey, Councillor Canavan, I'd switch my mind.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I probably overly optimistic, but I was kind of hoping that the emerging local plan might actually join up the dots of what seems to me to be a very disconnected planning system. I was kind of hoping it would join up the dots between planning policy, planning determination, and planning enforcement. Now that might be overly optimistic, but we have a situation here where alternative sites for this proposed have not even been considered. And they haven't been considered because it's not a criticism. It's part of the process that the planning officers simply haven't been required to make that assessment. Whereas I would, again, optimistically hoping that the local plan might say, were this application to become before us with a new local plan in place, we might be able to say to somebody coming forward with this kind of development, actually, we really like this development, but can you put it somewhere else, please? And we would have the ability to be able to do that. But as it stands, I'm struggling because we simply don't have that. We don't seem to have that ability. So that's my dilemma, Chair.
My immediate reaction is it's not the role of the planning committee to suggest alternative sites, but again, the officer will clarify and put me.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, we have adopted local plan from 2018, which is our development plan for the area. That sets out the current land use considerations that we have to judge this application against. Much as though the local residents might like us to look at alternatives, we can look at alternatives in the future as part of the local plan as it emerges, the new local plan, but we have to make the decision as a local planning authority on the basis of the 2018 local plan that's before us.
So I'll speak now since nobody else seems to be coming forward. I have a lot of sympathy with what the Vice Chairman has said. If this was an application coming forward from nowhere on this site, I might feel a bit differently about it. But given that it's been through the SPD process, the local plan process, it's been known for getting on, well, certainly 8 years, that this site was allocated for very much the purposes that are in this application. They have not deviated from what the allocation suggested that long ago. I assume at the time, although I wasn't particularly involved, that all the consultations, as the Vice Chair has said, took place, that all the arguments we've heard today against this development were rehearsed at that point, and they were, for whatever reason, not deemed to have as much importance as some others, shall we say. I don't know, because I wasn't really involved. It went through the planning inspector, hearing in public, all the consultation process, and still we've got this in front of us. So my feeling is, unless there are very strong material planning reasons why this doesn't comply with the details and the policies as expressed in the SPD, but particularly in the local plan and the NPPF and everything else, I can't come up at the moment with any material reasons for refusing it. Councillor Rice.
Hi. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel I've got a few things that I still wish to be discussed with the committee. So apologies for raising a few things at a time. Just going back to, very briefly going back to the discussion about private healthcare and NHS healthcare. The reason I want to discuss this is that it was raised a lot.
I'm sorry, can I shut you down? We've been told that this is not a relevant thing for us to decide, to talk about. We cannot base our decision, whatever that is, on that issue.
Well, perhaps it's to do with inequality, and as a council, we have to consider whether we are creating a worsening inequality with the decisions that we make. And this is my concern with this, is that throughout the report it states that it will improve health for all of NHS residents. Only 10% of residents have private healthcare. And then a report from the Royal College of Surgeons on the 31st of August this year states that consideration needs to be given to long-term use and its potential to intensify health inequalities with regards to the NHS using private healthcare. And the chair of the British Medical Association in Scotland explains that siphoning off people into private services does not reduce backlogs or replenish NHS resources in the long term because it drains the NHS of doctors and it places more public and government attention on private care. So I am concerned through this application that we are missing something within our report that completely misses out the negative impact on the 90% of the population, this application. So it's not an argument about private or not private, it's an argument about increasing inequality within our healthcare services in BCP area. The other aspect that I don't feel we've really discussed very much is about the Heathland and the number of people that are going to be coming to this site. I don't think that we have been demonstrated that we're not going to be causing an impact on the Heathland with this development because of the amount of employment land, the amount of parking that is provided. We are expecting a lot of people to continue to go to this site, and the walking distance to the Heathland is closer in many aspects than the Heathland support area that they're saying people will naturally go to. So on balance, I don't feel that we can ensure that we are not going to be harming the Heathland by encouraging such a number of people to go to this site through the employment land. The other issue is that since the local plan was delegated in 2018, we have declared a climate emergency and along with that an ecological emergency. And we know that everything we have done over the last 30 years in terms of planning policy and government policy and the way that we have developed our society in the UK, we have overseen a 69% decrease in biodiversity. So something is not correct there, and I don't believe that we can honestly say that we will not harm the heath with this application.
Councillor Temens.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on what Councillor Rice was saying regarding inequality between private healthcare, NHS care, and our responsibility as a council. I completely agree, absolutely, but I think that's a debate for another time. I don't think it's relevant to the debate that we're undertaking at this meeting today.
Thank you. So, any other points any committee member wants to make? Okay, so we need somebody to make a motion then, if there's no further discussion. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously had the debate, and we've heard about the uses of the land. We've heard about the heathland, and we've heard about the transport. But as no specific material policy has been quoted to say why we should reject this, so I propose accepting as set out. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Clements, thank you. So the proposal, the motion.
Well, it was just that you said that you hadn't heard any policy objections. I think we heard from all the ward councillors that there were plenty of policy objections. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So we've had a move that's been seconded that we accept the case officer's recommendation to accept this proposal. So we will vote on it now. If you think we should be accepting this proposal, obviously you're going to vote for. If you think we shouldn't be accepting it, vote against. And if you so wish, you can abstain. So first of all, those voting for this proposal. Oh, hang on.
Can I just ask for a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Check, just check the requirement. Somebody to ask about. Just bear with me.
I have no problem with the recorded vote, but we're just making sure that it fits, you know, fits the rules. I'd hate to take a vote and be told afterwards that it's not valid because of X, Y, or Z. So just clarifying.
So I just need 1/4 of members present, and I think you're 12 at the moment. So that's at least 3 of you to say that you'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, so hands up if you want a recorded vote. Yeah, lots of us. Okay, recorded vote it is. Okay, so in this case,
you want to read out each
name
in turn? Oh, you want to read out each name in turn? Shall I just read out?
Yeah.
Read out each name in turn.
Yeah, if you would.
That's fine. Okay, so I will start with in that direction. So, Councillor Sidaway, are you for or against?
I'm against.
Okay. Councillor Salmon,
against.
Councillor Clements, Councillor Flagg, Councillor Williams,
Against.
Councillor Dove,
against.
Councillor Canavan,
Against.
Councillor Carr-Brown,
against.
Councillor Hitchcock,
Against.
and Councillor Rice,
Against.
Councillor Hilliard,
For.
and Councillor Le Pedevin.
Very reluctantly for.
So that is 8 votes against the move to grant and 4 votes in favour.
So therefore we need a contrary motion that we can now all get a majority on. So if someone would put a motion, please. Councillor Salmon.
I'm happy to propose a motion that we refuse this application. If we want some policy grounds to start with, I'd say we look at the policy PP32 and to a lesser extent 33, as outlined by Councillor Trent earlier, and the I think unproven risks from this application in terms of the number of additional people in the area and the unproven risk to the heath as a result of that.
So any other reasons to add to those? That's right.
PP 24 and PP 25 and also PP 35 with regards to the transport.
Thank you. Any more? So, officers, are those acceptable reasons, defensible reasons?
Chairman, I think it'd be helpful just to have an explanation of the transport rather than just transport PPP 20. If we can have an explanation as the actual concerns related to transport.
I think actually I'd like to go one step further and ask for a clarification, not just what the policies are, but actually how you believe as a committee that they don't meet those policy tests, because we just need to make sure that if we do end up with a position that we're defending, that it needs to be one that we've got a reasonable chance of being able to defend. Thank you.
I'm looking at Councillor Rice because those were the reasons she was.
Yeah, I'm just looking back through my notes to refer, but anybody else is welcome to feed in.
Chairman, if it assists, I don't think 20, we're just looking now, I don't think 24 and 25 have any specific clear relevance to transport. They obviously cover other issues like green infrastructure and open space. 35 has a transport implication if that assists the councillor.
So are you going to be able to come up with any more, councillor Rice, or is that adequate? Are you happy? Right, while councillor Rice is looking, councillor Dove.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I obviously made lots of notes whilst we heard both sides of the representations, but I'm really sorry I didn't write the policy numbers. But the reason that I've come to my decision is I wasn't reassured that there would be no impact on the Heathland area. So if you could just refer me to what policy that was, that would be the basis of my decision.
Chairman, again, I can probably assist to some degree. I think it's power PP. Well, I can't see exactly the reason, but I can tell you PP 32 and 33 both have relevance to biodiversity and specifically in the case of PP 32 Heathland. So I don't know if either of those are of assistance.
Yeah, so that was the policy that I referenced when I put my motion forward to views, and I gave my reason that I don't believe that there is clear evidence that this development would bring large numbers of additional people within very close range of the heath, if not onto the heath. That's the reason I think that's fairly clear to the in relation to the policy, isn't it?
Exactly the reasons that we'll be voting on.
So, Chair, what I have so far is that it's contrary to policy PP 32 and PP 33 in relation to there is no clear proven evidence that the development will not attract more new people to within close proximity of the heathland, the protected heathland area. That's the wording that I have so far in terms of the policies that have been given. Advice was given.
So, Chairman, what we're looking as members talk, I'm less convinced. I'm looking at my policy colleague to my right as well. We're slightly less convinced on PP 33 of relevance, but I can see PP 32, the opening paragraph, and this might assist, says development will only be permitted where it would not lead to an adverse effect upon the integrity, either alone or in combination, directly or indirectly, of nationally, European and internationally important sites, of which the SPA obviously would be one. So I think that's really the point that the proposer is making.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think, councillor Rice.
I am happy for it just to have that, but the other policy that I was talking about, PP 35, it says in the report on page 59, there is therefore an over provision of car parking to that stated in the SPD, and thereby is not in accordance with policy PP 35, which requires that developments accord with the parking and highway layout of new development SPD. The parking SPD is a material consideration and a departure needs to be justified. Obviously, the planning officer has justified it, but I don't feel the justification is valid. So that's why I was bringing that up. But I am happy if the committee don't want to include that. We don't need to.
I completely appreciate what Councillor Rice is saying. The only reason I couldn't agree that was because I'd be concerned about impact on local roads and residents. So therefore, I think an over provision in this case actually might be more helpful to the residents than not. So I would refer back to therefore PP 32. Thank you.
Chairman, so just point of order, really. We've had a move from one person. I don't think we've had a seconder yet. We've got lots of members chipping in. I think the first point is, can we have a seconder? Thank you. I think the next point is if other members want, the only matter before us, or the only reason put forward so far, taken forward by the proposer and seconder, is one reason, which is the conflict with PP 32. If members are looking to ask if the proposer will accept anything else, I think that's a matter for the proposer. If the alternative is the person can come forward with an amendment to try and incorporate it, but I think first of all you could invite the proposer to indicate if they want to take on board the issue of transport. I understand there's a conflict between members apparently as to whether that's a good reason or not, but really first call is to the proposer to see what they want to take on board.
First call with councillor Salmon, and I've got a feeling councillor Sidaway had another reason to add, but let's deal with this one first.
Yes, so I, as the proposer of this motion, I would be happy to add the reason around the transport assessment to the grounds for refusal in terms of, as councillor Rice laid out.
So we need a bit more detail on that, something a bit more specific.
Sorry. I've been involved in a previous planning committee where the committee put forward a motion that was contrary to the opposite recommendation. Officers did help us at this point with the finer points of planning law. I'm not feeling very helped right now. I'm feeling a little like we're being expected to suddenly become the professional experts.
I'm bearing in mind that we don't know, might be having an appeal on this. We've got to have quite clear, specific reasons. And just to say, the traffic issues.
Chairman, again, perhaps we can turn.
Clear enough.
Councillor Rice did, I think, endeavour to highlight the points of PP35 she thought were particularly relevant. So perhaps we can look to Councillor Rice to assist the proposer in this respect, and she can pose a concern if she wants to take on board what's being said. But perhaps, Councillor Rice, you could just repeat what you said, because I think you did actually run through the bits of PP35.
Yeah, it was PP35. Do you want me to read through exactly what I said before? Or?
If you were, because I think it's probably overlooked, so I think that would probably be beneficial.
There is this is from the case officer's report. There is therefore an over provision of car parking to that stated in the SPD, and therefore it is not in accordance with policy PP35, which requires that developments accord with the parking and highway layout in new development SPD. The parking SPD is a material consideration, and a departure needs to be justified. And we do not feel that that has been adequately justified.
But that's another additional reason. Councillor Tidaway, did you have another reason?
Yeah, I was looking at PP24.
So what's the specific point that
it's protecting the green infrastructure. And
so you're feeling that the green infrastructure is not sufficiently protected? Is that what you're saying? I
believe that's the case. Yes, I think that's what we've heard. And there's been enough references to these two policies throughout the day to suggest that there is enough information in there for us to pick out to say why we think that we're not doing enough to protect the heathland.
Okay, so I don't see anyone else wanting to add any further reasons. Mr. Firth, and then I'll ask. Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, Chair. Just thank you for the support that I've had now from councillors and officers with getting this right. I just wanted to add to what Councillor Rice said around the transport issues. Sorry, bear with me. That the justification, one of the justifications that has been put forward around the additional parking is that it's a hospital and other Nuffield hospitals have more parking. But we have an SPD which has set out the level of parking that we believe is required for hospitals in this local area. And that is, as Councillor Rice said, a material planning consideration. And I don't feel that it's sufficient justification to look at other areas and other hospitals where that policy framework doesn't exist and say, and therefore it's okay to have a 50% over provision of parking. I just wanted to say that so that hopefully that gives a bit more clarity over the objection.
I think it's already going to be included that it's the over provision of parking is an issue. But anyway, Mr. Fox wants to say something. It's gone. Right. So could I ask Ms. Holyoake to go through the reasons that the movers to refuse this application wish to be put as the reasons for refusing it?
So contrary to policy PP32, Rob did helpfully read out the actual wording of that policy, and members do not feel that there is clear evidence that the development will not attract new people to within close range of the protected heathland. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realise you were staring at me. I apologise.
Can we get rid of the negatives, make it positives? That there's concern that that this development would attract too many people. I think that makes it clearer if you're happy with that. Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. I was saying, suggesting we get rid of the negatives and turn it round and say there's concern that this application would attract more people to.
Okay, so the next one is policy PP35 regarding the over provision of car parking, and again councillor Rice has quoted a section from the report which we can reproduce in terms of the reason, and that finished by saying that the departure from policy needs justification. Members do not feel that there is adequate justification in this case for this development.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally PP 24/25. I don't know if it was both of those. Okay, so the development does not sufficiently protect the green infrastructure.
Okay.
Specifically, it talks about connecting together enriched biodiversity, wildlife habitats, and then in 25, it talks about protecting open space, which I don't think we've seen enough evidence that it is. That's why it's in there.
Okay, so we've now got 3 clear reasons. So those who wish to, sorry.
As I see it, I see 2 reasons. One is around PP35, and that's the over provision of parking in the SP over and above the parking SPD. And then there was the issue around PP24 and concern that the development will attract new visitors to the heathland and it won't protect it. Can you just confirm what the third one is, please? 32. Thank you.
PP32, PP35, and then PP24 and PP25.
Could I ask you to read them again so that we're clear?
So the move is that the application be refused contrary to officer recommendation for the following reasons. The application is contrary to PP32. Again, there is the wording that Rob Firth read out in terms of what that policy actually reads as, and members have said that there is concern that the development will attract new people to within the close range of the protected heathland. I've turned that into the wording, the positive sort of affirmation. PP 35, again, there is a section in the report which Councillor Rice has read out, which we can reproduce as a reason, and that ends with the departure needs to be justified. Members do not feel that there is adequate justification to depart from the policy in respect of this development. And then PP 24 and 25, the development does not sufficiently protect green infrastructure with specific reference to biodiversity, habitat and open space. Yeah.
So proposer and seconder, are you happy with those reasons?
Yes.
I do have a question. I am happy with the reasons. The instance that Councillor Salmon was referring to previously when we rejected one, Alex Kruczak was here then, and I think at that point he pretty much wrote the wording word for word that we signed off. That was the rejection. And what would happen now is if we accepted this rejection, that wording would then get rewritten. Because obviously there's some gaps in that wording that need to be filled out. I don't want us to sit around and do that. I just want to understand the process of how that wording comes about, that we're all happy that we're putting our name to it.
That's precisely the reason I've been asking that people clarify exactly what the reasons are.
No, I understand, but I think the final reason would be different to the one that's been read out because we haven't wordsmithed it, and I don't want us to, but you know, it's going to happen at some point.
Chairman, I've got a few comments, but in no particular order of things that have been come up. I mean, if members want to belt and brace the last one, they could always, the essence of it's been captured, the reasons, they can always confirm they delegate power to the head of planning to finalise the wording, perhaps in consultation with you, Chairman, if that's what members would like, and give them comfort. Another point, just as a point to note really, but I think I ought to note it, PP35, which has been quoted in the SPD, no fault of the councillor, it's referenced in the report as well. I just want to note that SPD has been postdated by a later version, but I understand members are taking on board the latest version as part of their deliberations and reasons. And the third point, and this is a procedural point, but just because I'm conscious Councillor Dove raised a concern of one of the reasons that's now coming forward. It is a choice, and this is, as I said, a procedural point. Councillor Dove could hold fire, or she might, if she wanted to, try and come forward with an amendment to go forward without that particular ground, but that would have to be tabled and dealt with first of all if that's what she wanted to do, and see if someone would second it. Otherwise, she could.
So, Councillor Dove, can we deal with this one first? I know Councillor Rice wants to speak, but let's deal with this one first.
Just wondering if we hear all the different grounds and vote on each one individually, would that be appropriate then?
I think, Chairman, it's probably better to bring them all together. I think if someone wants to amend, come forward with a formal amendment, then that would have to be taken first. So I think that's the way we've dealt with it before, and I think that probably gives us greater clarity. So if Councillor,
I'll just withdraw my comment.
So we've got these three reasons. Councillor.
I'm just wondering whether it's useful to add another reason, which is PP 21(3)(c). So that specifically relates to the Talbot Village policy, and transport again, and providing a level of car parking access to the campus by walking, cycling, and public transport. So that's just a very general one about all developments on that site, which I don't think that they have achieved.
So I think that was 21. So we're just zipping through as mentioned. 21(3)(c), Chairman. So again, for everyone's benefit, that's development of Talbot Village will help to deliver significant improvement of transport and movement to the area by, where appropriate, providing a level of car parking designed to encourage access to the campus by walking, cycling. I think the point being made is this doesn't encourage that.
Yeah.
So
and
fine.
I was also looking
more
for
or less got that.
I think you could probably be linked to the
similar
transport, but that's fine. We can have more than one policy linked to a particular reason.
I was also wondering whether there's a policy that relates to air pollution, because that's another thing that concerns me about this.
Again, every time you do this, we'd have to look to the poster to try and see
Can
if
you refer me to an air pollution policy?
there is an air pollution policy. I think it's PP 35.
Okay, thank you.
PP 32. So PP 35(3). I mean, Chairman, as a general comment, what I would make is reasons for refusal have to be defended individually on their own right. And if this was to go to appeal, members need to be mindful if you can't justify a reason for refusal individually, council could be at risk of costs, and the inspector can agree with you on one reason and disagree with you on another one. So it's not to say it's not right to come forward, but it's not volume of reasons. It's that each one has to be supportable and justifiable in its own right.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it actually just builds on the point that Mr. Firth was saying there about, I know this is quite a painful process at the moment, but, you know, as officers, we need to be explicitly clear the exact reasons why this application is going to be refused, if it is going to be refused on the vote, because ultimately we could end up on appeal and we have to defend that, and that could come at risk of award of costs against us. So just on that point, Councillor, just along the line from me here, raised PP 24 and PP 25, and if just expand upon that for a moment, Chair, if I may, because PP 24 deals with green infrastructure and it breaks into two parts. The first part deals with strategic sites, and I think I'm fairly safe in saying none of those sites listed there are relevant to this particular application. And then part two deals with new development, and it says new development should protect and strengthen the green infrastructure network by enhancing connecting cycling walking provision. Well, you've heard the view from officers that this application will actually achieve that. Then there's B, connecting together and enrich biodiversity, and I wonder whether the councillor was touching on B because he made reference to biodiversity and networks
specifically, because that was not my point.
C talks about improving connections between green corridors and links between different components of the green infrastructure.
Yeah, no, I mentioned that one as well.
D talks about contributing to delivery. So not wanting to put words into the member's mouth, but it seems to me he's honing in on B and C. I'm not correct. I think that would need to be recorded explicitly clear. Turning to PP 25, which deals with open space and allotments. Again, the policy breaks into two parts. Part one deals with new open space and allotments. Well, we're not dealing with allotments here. New development should contribute to the provision of a high quality network of open spaces. There is a view out there that you know, with the connectivities that have been talked about, you know, that the application may achieve that. But then part 2 deals with protecting existing open spaces, proposals for development or change of use that would result in the loss of open space and or allotments where allotments we know is not relevant will not be permitted. Again, I would suggest that I'd urge caution using PP25 because unless somebody wants to correct me, we're not dealing with the loss of open space as part of this application. So again, it's down to members to decide, but my view would be that PP25 not so relevant, PP24 possibly more relevant.
Okay, I mean that makes some sense. I think the point under protecting open space was the fact that we didn't feel there was enough evidence that the amount of people that could then visit that site wouldn't be detrimental to it. And whether I generalise that under protecting existing open space, I'll take your advice on. Yeah. But I'm not sure we have documented that clearly enough under 24, unless you think we have.
I think there's slightly separate issues, and I completely understand the point you're making, councillor. I'm looking very specifically at the wording of part 2 to PP25, which talks about development or change of use that would result in the loss of open space.
Mm-hmm.
My view would be that it doesn't result in the loss of open space. Your view would be there's an intensification, but they're slightly different things from a policy point of view. So that's why I'm urging some caution around the use of PP25. And as I say, 24, I think you would probably be looking at part 2, little b, little c.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I would just like to clarify with the mover and seconder that you are therefore not using PP25 in light of what Mr. Gould has just said. PP24, B and C.
Okay, so we'll remove PP. I'm happy with that. PP25 removed. Keep PP24.
Chair, sorry, I didn't mean when I cut across Councillor Rice, I didn't mean to say she couldn't go for air quality, but she's had the opportunity to have a look at it. She wants to see if the proposal wants to take anything on board on air quality or not.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I think we're ready to take this vote now. So if it in a sense, it's the opposite of what we did before. If you think this should...
So, sorry, Chairman, I'm being reminded of one of the very vital point. I apologise for interrupting. If members are going down a refusal, they should take on board the fact that a 106 was being required for this, which would cover off various heathland impacts. And so I think for all those aspects which were to be covered off through a planning obligations now no longer a planning obligation for you, it would be appropriate to capture all those and say they've been covered off as reasons for refusal as well. And that way they'll always get lumped together as one long list. Doesn't mean the applicant can't potentially address those down the road, but at present they are reasons for refusal because you haven't got the obligations in place. So if you can just note, we'd be picking up all those.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Can I just check the policy put forward by Councillor Rice, PP21 3C? Were you happy to accept that as well? Mover and seconder.
What? Sorry,
that one was specifically to the Talbot Village policy document that relates to anything happening on that
yes,
site.
happy to, for the same reasons around the over provision of car parking conflicting with the ambition to promote sustainable travel.
Okay, so if you think this application should be refused for the reasons we've just been talking about at length, you will be voting for. If you think it should be not refused, you're voting against or abstaining. So if you are happy that this should be refused for the reasons stated, will you vote now, please?
Recorded vote. Oh, beg your pardon. For the record, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, so
again, Chairman, show of hands.
A show of hands. I was just going to say that.
Lovely.
Yeah, clearly recorded vote.
Okay, carry on.
So we're now putting it to the vote, and Miss Holyoake will call names in order.
Okay, so Councillor Sidaway, Councillor Salmon, 4. Councillor Clements, Councillor Flagg, Councillor Williams,
4.
Councillor Dove, 4. Councillor Canavan,
4.
Councillor Carr-Brown,
4.
Councillor Hitchcock,
4.
Councillor Rice,
4.
Councillor Hilliard
Against.
and Councillor Le Pedevin.
Against.
Chairman, I apologise. I've just seen a note saying the recording stopped a short while ago.
I think it probably restarts itself.
Ah, okay.
So the decision has been made that this application is refused. Thank you everybody who came, everybody who's taken part and spoken, everybody who took part in the discussion. We will now be adjourning for half an hour because we haven't come back for application 5B. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second item on the agenda for today's planning committee. If you've been watching on screen, you'll see that there's been a change of composition of the committee, and I'll get Miss Holyoake to explain who's gone and who's arrived.
Thanks, Chair. So just to confirm, during the adjournment, Councillor Bobby Dove, Councillor Lawrence Williams and Councillor Kate Salmon have left us, and Councillor Michael Tarling and Councillor Matthew Gillett are back with us.
And Councillor Sidaway.
I beg your pardon, and Councillor Sidaway has left us as well.
Thank you. And you'll also note that we've got far fewer people sitting at this table. We've still got Sam Fox, we've still got Simon Gould, who was round the corner, and Mr. Firth, Robert Firth. And the case officer presenting will be on the screen. So, and here he is. Piotr Gulik.
Yes, hi, good afternoon,
You
everyone.
can correct my pronunciation, please do.
Yeah, Kulik, that's the right way. Shall we
Okay,
start?
so when you're ready.
Okay.
Yep, if you could share your screen.
Yeah. So it says I don't have permission to share content in this meeting. Can anyone help with that? Because normally I can see the share button, but it says, I don't have permission for that.
Piotr, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll sort that for you. Won't be a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, Piotr. Do you want to try again now? Apologies, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
just while we're getting sorted out, for anyone who wasn't watching this morning, just to point out that we agreed to remove item 5C. We're just looking at item 5B. Thank you, Piotr. We can see the screen nicely.
Okay, that's great. That's good news. All right. So the application side is St. Anne's Hospital located in Poole. And obviously we're dealing with full planning permission for this site, which is for demolition of two existing buildings on site and erection of a new hospital building on site. This is location plan. So we've got St. Anne's Hospital, which is accessed through Haven Road, and the other plan shows what we got currently on site, which is Cambridge Court, Pine Cottage building. Those are two-story buildings we demolish as a part of this proposal. We also have on-site parking and other associated building on site. On this slide, we can see the view towards the Grade 2-star listed hospital building, which is located within the St. Anne's Hospital site, and it's more towards the east of the application site itself. The bottom right-hand side photo is showing the application site itself with Cambridge Court building, which will be demolished, and we can see also adjacent neighbouring block of flats in the background. On those other two slides, we can see the view when we're accessing the St. Anne's Hospital site. Those two photos were taken different times of the year. So one is during the summer, the other one is around winter, I would say probably March. And again, we can see in the background Cambridge Court, which will be demolished, and other hospital buildings. In terms of the site itself, we're dealing with the site, which is within the setting of the Grade 2-star hospital building, which is located towards the east of the subject application site. And within the application site, we have a Pine Cottage, which will be demolished, and this building is considered as a curtilage listed building associated with Grade 2 Star listed hospital. I also decided to show like some older part of the application side, which basically are important in terms of assessing the application site itself, which is the adjacent 1980s block, which is subject of some latest permission for extensions. Further towards the south of this 1980s block, we got a phase 1 building which was granted under 2011 permission, and I will discuss that further later in this application. And also we got this Grade 2 Star listed hospital building, which is set towards the so I'm just trying to find a direction towards the south of the application site. And also in terms of heritage impacts, the council's conservation officer, same as Historic England, recognised this application as having less than substantial harm on the heritage assets on sites, but giving the weight towards the public benefits of this application side. The officer's recommendation is obviously planning approval. And in terms of location of the proposed building, this will be located just roughly 80 meters away from the Grade 2 Star hospital building, and also will be separated by this 1980s block, hospital block. Therefore, on balance, the view is actually the visual impact as such, you know, on the Grade 2 Star listed building wouldn't be that significant. In terms of the St. Anne's Hospital itself, there is extensive planning history related to this hospital, and in terms of latest permissions, which also are really important in terms of assessing this kind of proposal, is this latest eating disorder unit, which is under construction, which is located towards the west of the proposed new hospital building, and that was part of this 2020 permission for demolition of the existing cottage building and to erect this single apart 2-story building. And the latest permissions for minor refurbishment works to the Grade 2 Star hospital building. This included replacement of window to doors and other associated internal works, and that's approved permission and also approved listed building consent. There was also latest grant floor infill extension for the 1980s block, again approved, and the latest approval is formalizing the existing crescent parking at the rear of the Grade 2 Star listed building, and this permission is actually kind of like placed together with this proposal in terms of providing the right amount of parking on sites. The proposed building is set towards the north of the hospital side and is almost right adjacent to the vehicle access to the hospital site itself. It's a 2-story flat roof building of a contemporary design. In terms of proposed elevation, you can see the proposal is for flat roof building, 2-story building built of red brick, which is recognized as a reference to the existing Grade 2 Star hospital building, which is built of similar material. There is existing fallback position from 2011, and that's fallback position in terms of permission, full planning permission and listed building consent for actually 2 phases buildings and some other works to the 1980s block. So the important part is it is recognized as a live application, extended application, because part of this permission was implemented, which is this new build adjacent, or actually almost adjacent to the 1980s block next to Grade 2 Star listed building. And there are also some other works within those permissions which were already implemented. So the second phase, actually new build 2, called on this 2011 permission, is actually a similar scale, sitting, massing, and almost the same design building which we are actually dealing right now. So the fallback position itself, it's technically the applicant could build a similar scale, sitting and massing building under 2011 permission, which is still a live planning permission. Just to compare what was granted in 2011 and what we have right now, again, it's two-story flat roof building. There are some design differences, but it is recognized as the current scheme, which shows red bricks, and some design features are more in keeping with Grade 2 Star listed building. And again, more comparison of elevation which were granted in 2011 and what we have right now. In terms of the footprint proposed, this orange line on this drawing shows the footprint of the building which was granted in 2011, and obviously the difference is actually shown what we have right now. Again, it's pretty similar sitting and footprint to this what was granted before, and even the separation distance is very similar to the adjacent neighboring properties. In terms of floor plans, the building's been designed to basically have most of those habitables, bedrooms, which will be used by patients away from the adjacent neighboring properties. So actually those windows which will face the adjacent neighboring property would be more non-habitable rooms as such, more to do with kind of like activities and associated with patient treatment, and also there will be some staff rooms facing the neighbor. So obviously we've got objection from those neighbors, and the main point was actually overlooking of those properties and the planning condition requiring obscure glazed windows details will be added to this permission if it's granted. In terms of, again, scale, massing is pretty similar to 2011 permission, which is considered as a fallback position. Therefore, it is not considered will be reasonable to refuse the application based on some overbearing impact or loss of light, which is similar to this permission granted in 2011. In terms of landscaping proposed, it is in overall is recognized as a positive scheme because there's removal of 8 trees, which will be replaced by 30 new trees. In terms of parking, the overall hospital site requirement due to this new building will be increased of 11 additional parking spaces. We have 113 parking spaces right now, and the overall proposal, which would include the car park crescent application, will be 127 spaces. Therefore, this proposal will be in line with the council's SPD, which require acceptable parking provision. Just to summarize, the proposed units will complement the existing use of the site and is considered as a viable option for already established healthcare facilities on site. A significant weight needs to be given to the partly implemented permissions granted in 2011. The design of the proposed building is dictated mainly by the medical requirements of its future uses, and although the scale and proposed works would result in some level of harm in wider views, as strong public benefits and extant 2011 planning permission and listed building consent permissions are recognized. Conflict with the heritage asset on site and the local plan policy PP30 is noted, but there are also noted a significant. There's also noted a significant public benefit to the proposed works within the site due to a great demand for mental health services, which continue to rise. It is the officer's view that the level of harm of less than substantial harm raised by the heritage officer would not significantly outweigh the benefit provided by the scheme. There is identified conflict with policy PP30 assessed against paragraph 202 of the NPPF. However, it is officer view that identified public benefit of a new healthcare unit in support of extant use of the site would outweigh the harm. Also, despite of level of conflict of policy PP27 as agreed by the council tree officer, the current proposal is a positive regarding trees. The proposal results in benefits to the healthcare provision and is in accordance with the council's supports for and committed to the improvement healthcare services within the borough, and the application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a couple of people registered to speak. First of all, we've got an objector. Mr. Derek Naylor, if you could come forward. Oh, it's, sorry, a statement which Ms. Holyoake will be reading out.
Thanks, Chair. So this is Derek Naylor of Chaddesley Grange Management Company Limited. Chaddesley Grange Management Company Limited is the residence management company representing the owners of the 5 apartments within the Chaddesley Grange property, and the following statement outlines why we strongly object to this planning application. The Poole Local Plan 2018 Policy PP27 sets out that development will be permitted where it would not result in a harmful impact upon amenity for local residents, considering levels of sunlight and daylight, privacy, and whether the development is overbearing or oppressive. It is our contention that the design of New Build 2 Chaddesley House, as proposed in this application, fails under each of those material considerations. Sunlight and daylight. We are deeply concerned about the degree to which the proposed development will impact upon the sunlight and daylight that we would receive, not only within our properties, but also within our private garden. It is clear that there will be a significant reduction in both, and that we would not receive any direct afternoon sunlight. We do not accept that these reduced levels of sunlight and daylight are adequate, nor do we accept the idea that any increase in overshadowing could be considered to result in a satisfactory outcome. Loss of privacy. Despite assurances that the windows on the eastern elevation will not be openable and that the glazing would be a combination of obscured, translucent or fritted, it is clear that the first floor activity rooms in particular will directly overlook our private courtyard garden and will have a significant detrimental impact upon our privacy. Overbearing and oppressive. The following illustration clearly demonstrates the degree to which our 3-storey residential property, Chaddesley Grange, will be dwarfed by the 2-storey industrial building, NB2, which would be 1 metre taller than the 2011 proposed design and only 7 metres away from our living room windows. We strongly believe that this demonstrably supports our contention that the eastern elevation of this proposed development is both overbearing and oppressive. A building that has been described by the Conservation Officer as fortress-looking, which blocks all views around and across it and impinges on the setting of the houses on Chaddesley Pines. Quite frankly, the proposed building represents the architectural equivalent of erecting a maximum security prison in the heart of one of the most attractive residential areas in Dorset. As long as the proposal remains for such an overbearing and oppressive building directly adjacent to our property, then we must object in the strongest possible terms, and we contend that planning permission should be withheld. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for that. And we have a speaker on behalf of the applicant or supporter, and that is Dawn Dawson.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members. My name is Dawn Dawson, and I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Dorset Healthcare. The officer recommendation to approve our proposal is welcomed. Over 16 months of discussion with officers and public consultation has gone into ensuring we are proposing a best-in-class facility to support the residents of East Dorset. Mental health has never been more important, and by granting planning permission today, BCP Council will unlock and safeguard over £70 million worth of investment into NHS mental health services in Dorset, significantly improving the care that we can provide to our communities. New Build 2, to be known as Chaddesley House, will provide a 7-bed and a 6-bed female psychiatric intensive care unit and a 14-bed female adult mental health ward. Development of this new building alongside other permissions at St Anne's already granted by the council early this year will allow for further ward upgrades to provide refurbished older people's mental health inpatient accommodation, general adult mental health beds, a replacement Section 136 suite and refurbished accommodation for eating disorders outpatients. These improvements will address a range of linked issues such as capacity shortfalls, accommodation that is no longer fit for purpose, and improve the privacy and dignity of our inpatients. The raft of public benefits associated with these works is therefore immense. Throughout the application, the Trust and its professional team have worked hard to address and respond to the concerns raised by your officers, both at pre-application and application stage, and by public and statutory consultees. Unlike the Almhurst Road scheme, this application has only generated limited, 17, public comments, the majority of which were in support. This reflects the feedback received at the Trust's public engagement event prior to submitting the application, and following which amendments were made to the submitted design. Through engagement with officers during the planning process, the application is now in a position in which we only have one objection from BCP officers on matters of conservation and heritage. Historic England have noted some concerns, but it is important to recognise that these do not amount to an explicit objection. In terms of conservation and heritage, extensive work has been undertaken by the Trust's team to explain how the application proposal respects the listed status of the site and complies with relevant policy and still meets the NHS technical and clinical requirements to secure funding. The Trust welcomes the planning officer's overall assessment that the development would result in less than substantial harm, which in accordance with the National Planning Sim Policy Framework should then be balanced against public benefit. Due to the reasons I've previously noted, the public benefits of this proposal are hugely significant, and I would urge the committee to accept the officer's report that this would outweigh any harm. It is noted that the same process was undertaken for our recently granted Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services Unit due to heritage concern, with the same conclusions drawn by the case officer that the public benefit vastly exceeded any harm caused, which was subsequently adopted by the Planning Committee, which went on to grant permission. The proposed building would utilise high-quality materials similar to those utilised at the recently completed Eating Disorders Unit, reflective of the listed buildings. Solar panels would be provided and a BREEAM Excellent rating awarded. The limited number of trees lost due to the proposed development would be compensated for by replanting as part of the enhanced landscaping scheme. Biodiversity net gain of 43.79% would substantially exceed the Council's 10% target. The linked funding means that this investment of over £70 million into Dorset's mental health services relies on approval of this application, which will allow the construction and the benefits of the new Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services Psychiatric Intensive Care Unit at our nearby Almhurst Road site, which was granted planning permission by the committee in May 23. Conversely, refusal of the St Anne's application will also mean that the Almhurst Road development fails. The Trust isn't a developer who leaves town after something is built. We provide vital support to our communities in the long term, and our success is predicated on ensuring best-in-class services through fit-for-purpose facilities. We have cared for all the buildings on the site for generations, and we will continue to do so. The recommendation is for approval, and seizing this opportunity will benefit the NHS and the public for many years to come. I therefore urge you to grant planning permission for this much needed facility without delay. If you are minded to approve an application, we would ask members to strike out the proposed condition 6B, because firstly, this is very onerous. Secondly, it will be covered by Construction Management Plan, and thirdly, it's covered by other legislation, such as the Control of Pollution Act. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to questions from committee members. If I may, I will kick off. Reference was made by the objector to the relative sizes and possibly positions of the proposed building and the current building that neighbours them. Could I ask Mr. Kulik to explain how the separation distances vary, if they do, and also the height difference? between the current and proposed buildings?
Are we talking the between 2011 permission and this one, which is now proposed, or actually the current buildings?
The current building and the proposal.
I mean, I could measure that now, but I don't know the answer straight away, but I could measure that. So if you could allow me 2 minutes, I could measure the difference between those buildings. But there are two different buildings, obviously, this proposed and what we have right now on site, but I can measure that for you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, while we're waiting, could I ask Mr. Fox, the in favour person said about removing 6B. Would you have any reason to remove that? Any objection to remove it?
I'm going to add to Piotr's list here, because I want to check with Piotr whether we feel that that meets the conditions tests and how we've ended up with that if it's not a standard condition. I have to say it does look a little bit onerous, but if there's good reason for it, then I think we would look to keep it. But I would want to just take Piotr's view on how that condition has come about.
I think we have briefly discussed it with both Rob and I think Simon. So we could deal with some of those issues under construction management plan. So I think it's just a requirement for stopping the construction works within an hour. I think that's the main bit which obviously the applicant is a bit worried about. If we are satisfied, we can deal with such issues under Environmental Health Act, and we could technically remove this part of the condition.
Just to add to that, so just for clarity, it would only be that specific clause in that condition that would be removing.
So we're still waiting for the officer to answer my question, but if this is not another question to the officer, the case officer, I'm happy for Councillor Tarling to speak.
I thank you, Councillor Hilliard, for raising this. This isn't a debate, but in my experience of being an award-winning considerate constructor, I don't see that as an onerous condition. I mean, that's an opinion. Didn't ask for it, Madam Chair.
Did you say you don't see it as onerous?
I don't see it as onerous, no.
Right, thank you.
Really sorry, but I really struggled to open the existing site plan. I'm trying my best, so just allow me another minute.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be throwing out a question like that, but it's because it was raised by the objector.
Yeah, I know the proposed building and separation between the neighbouring building, which is the block of flats, is just around 7.4, I believe. But between the existing Cambridge courts and the neighbour, I just need to figure out. I'm just trying to open this site plan.
Alternatively, have you got a plan showing, you know, the two superimposed, which is what we usually have, but I haven't seen one in this pack.
There should be existing site plans. So on this existing site plan, which I'm trying to open, but I can't really open it through Adobe, shows actually the distance between Cambridge Court and the neighbour, and then we've got obviously a proposed block plan, which again shows the distance. I think on block plan there is some measurement on this plan, but on this existing site plan.
If it's any help, I'm looking at an existing plan with the proposed plan on an adjacent page. Can't see the number. page 10 and page 11. And at first glance, it looks as though the proposal is slightly further away from the boundary than the current, but it's not terribly clear.
Let's just run through some of those plans. That might be easier because I can't really open it through Adobe, and I can only measure in Adobe as a different software. But if I just showed all those plans which we have associated with this application. So in terms of separation, one of those plans, there was a measurement. Oh, yeah. I mean, we can see on this plan actually there is some separation from the application site boundary, and what we have right now is just right adjacent to the boundary. So actually, the proposed building will be actually separated further from the boundary and the neighbour, as we can see here.
Thank you. That's confirmed my interpretation of those plans.
Yeah,
what about the building heights?
The proposed building will be definitely higher. I can't really tell you how much, because again, this will require measurements. I think the proposal is 11.5, and the Cambridge Code is definitely less than 11. And obviously the scale massing is different. Cambridge Court, the existing adjacent building, has pitch roof. I think gable, or maybe heat proofed. So again, we have totally different design and higher building than what we have right now. And obviously the site coverage will be different.
Okay, I think we better leave it at that. I was just curious since the issue's been raised by the objector.
Yeah,
let's move on.
They'll be increased, but what I was trying to say, we still need to deal with this live application 2011, and scale massing sitting is very similar, and we have to bear in mind that technically the applicant could build this building granted under 2011, which is of similar scale.
Yeah, I have said that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question from Councillor Tarling? No? No. Any more questions? Councillor Carl-Brown?
Possibly. I'm not sure if it can be answered, actually. Well, no, the thing that struck me is partly sort of why wasn't 2011 built, if you see what I mean? Why didn't that go ahead as originally planned? And then also it was referenced in the report that they're talking about the 5-year forward view, the health policy issued. That's 9 years old. Well, maybe more actually. It could even be a full decade old in terms of policy planning. So we've got something that wasn't built from 2011. We're referencing a very old mental health policy. I just wondered, are we actually dealing with the most appropriate application in terms of what can actually be done? Are we looking at the most modern version of this? But yeah, that's why I'm wondering if we really can answer that question.
I don't know whether anyone can answer that question, but I'm hoping somebody might be able to.
I'm going to deflect it slightly, in that and you'd expect me to say this, but the fallback position is actually relevant here, and we don't have any control as local planning authority as to what applications are put before us and that we have to decide against. So even if we thought there was a better, not that there necessarily is, but if we thought there was another scheme that the applicant might come up with, we still need to test this one and check whether we're comfortable with this. So I know that doesn't help very much, but the fallback position is extant, which means that it's there in perpetuity, regardless of when it was granted. So that is the fallback position, whether it would actually ever be built out or not. But in planning law, that is there in perpetuity. So we have to take that into account, and we have to consider the application that's before us today.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I note in the report the objectors basically brought the item of loss of privacy and light, and I'm assuming that it's obviously adjacent to the buildings that will remain. And I also noted in the report that the designers allocated rooms which weren't to be occupied as bedrooms to try and alleviate that. But I just wonder, I couldn't find anything with regards to the request for opaque glass on that side of the building. I just wondered whether or not that's something that the committee could consider as conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know whether Mr. Cooley can help if whether that's one of the conditions.
It is. It is. It's one of
I had an idea it was.
Yeah, I think it's condition. Let me just confirm. Maybe condition 27 is one of the latest conditions, which require obscure glazing details. So that will be condition. Just looking at it's actually condition 26. So obscure glazing of windows, and that relates to this elevation which is facing the adjacent neighbour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
No more questions? Oh, Councillor Rice.
Just about the 3 car parking spaces, like I'm really pleased to see that we're that this is being built on car parking and making more useful use of the land. But there was a comment in the report about the 3 car parking spaces right in front of the entrance, and it was a shame that that was sort of there, sort of blocking the way that people come into the building. I was just wondering if there was any comment from the officer on that.
Mr. Cooley?
Yes. So again, unfortunately, we had to take into consideration 2011 permission for a similar layout, and parking spaces at the front of the hospital building were also proposed. But also we did notice that some of those parking spaces might be required for some people which are less mobile, let's say, or disabled people, and we wouldn't encourage those people to basically travel across the site to access this hospital building. So actually just having a few spaces right at the front of the hospital entrance might be actually beneficial for some people.
And I noticed one of them is labelled as a police vehicle parking, so that probably has to be there.
Yes.
Yeah, the other 2 aren't disabled, though, are they? But
no.
That's...
No more questions? So we're on to debate. Anyone want to make a comment? Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much. Can I just commend the officer on a very detailed set of conditions? I think it's an excellent job that's been done. I think the scheme, we look at the precedent set on the site. I feel that the precedent's been set quite clearly for this style of building that is sympathetic to the curtilage requirements of the listing, and albeit it is actually further away from the Grade 2 style listed building. So I think the heritage question that's been raised, I think, is actually answered by precedents and also by the quite heavy conditioning on materials, which I think is fantastic. I actually think that this is a very detailed set of conditions. I'm actually happy to propose that we accept the recommendation of the planning officer and to grant in line with the conditions as laid out. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very early in the debate to be taking a move, but I didn't see anyone else keen to speak, so maybe it is an appropriate time. So have we got a seconder? First thing, we've got 2, Councillor Clements and Councillor Flagg, and I sort of saw you simultaneously, so I don't know who's going to get the credit. Right, Councillor Clements gets it. We have a move, seconded. We can still have debate if anyone is so minded, but I don't see anyone indicating that they are so minded. So straight to the vote then.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify. I think there was something in the update, in the addendum, so it would be as amended by the update. I think there was.
Oh yes, as amended by the update. But sorry, as amended by the addendum.
Yeah, acknowledge that as amended by the addendum.
Thank you. So those in favour of accepting this, the case officer's recommendation, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's unanimous.
It's unanimous. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Meeting closed.